Good morning or afternoon. Oh my gosh, 4 minutes till morning. I'm a few minutes early. Bless my little picking heart. I did it early. Well, thank you so much for joining. I'm Ada Kay, and we are going to be following two cases today. Um, the first one we are watching is the Twisted Richard murder trial. Sean Finnegan, who is in verdict watch as we speak. And then the fabulous other trial, not really fabulous, but you know what I mean, is the Robert Ellis trial. So we will be viewing both of those today. I've got some special birthday shout outs that I have to do. Oh my gosh, y'all. Big special birthday. Let me get it going.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Happy, blessed birthday to Chuck. Happy birthday, Michelle. Miss Letitia, happy birthday, darling. Kelly, happy birthday. Oh my gosh, Danielle. Oh, I gotta say that. Carrie, happy birthday. Sue, happy birthday. Melena, happy birthday. Winey, happy birthday. And then we also have happy birthday for Nicole, Rachel, Green, Wendy. Oh, I got three people that are real close to me have birthdays today. First of all, happy birthday to Pastor Harold O'Chester, who is 97 years old today. I miss you, Pastor Harold O'Chester. Pastor, may it be a blessed and a very special day. But I even got another very special birthday. Huge special birthday. Huge. Mama, happy birthday. I love you, dear. I'm sorry I can't be there with you today. I'm glad you and my daughter are there. All these little birthday memory photos came up of our family. Oh my gosh. Happy birthday. I love you. Mwah. We will celebrate together soon. Oh my gosh. It's a special day. I won't tell my mama's age. She get mad at me. I forgot to do something, y'all. And there shall uh, be light. I forgot to put my lights on. Um, my lunch is on its way. We ordered lunch today, so it's on its way. So we got a bunch. Oh, member for 1 month, Miss Morales. Ooh, oh my gosh, you have been a member for 1 month. I think, oh my gosh, thank you so much for being a member. Oh, that is so special. We have several people who have 1 month anniversaries with us. We've been membership available for 1 month. It's been a great month. My mama's name is Elizabeth. Mm. And she and my daughter are on a shopping spree, sort of getting some clothes and things for my daughter for college. And they're having a birthday lunch. I have been slightly under the weather. Um, I have been having some rib pain issues and such. It hurts to move a little. So I was not able. My camera is deciding to wilt, and I have to make a minor adjustment. I apologize there. A little more better. A little more better. That way. Oh, thanks. It's just it feels like a displaced rib. And when I move a specific way, it's painful and it shows all my fat. Okay, so we have two things going right now. We are in a verdict watch for the Twisted Torture Murder Trial. Okay. And then we are also waiting for, excuse me, several things, but we're waiting for the trial for the Robert Tellis to hop on. So let me get that embiggened. It's up and ready to go. Thank you so much, you guys. I am so lucky to have all of you. Hi, Miss Andrell Toila Carissa. Thank you. Oh, she's the perfect age. I know. I know. Out and about with Diane. You were the first person today. So God bless you. Deborah, thank you. Bonjour. Bonjour. I don't say it right. Bonjour. Jar. Oh, thank you for waiting. Y'all were here waiting on me. Haley Mouse is here. Oh, y'all are so awesome. Oh, you make my day. I was a little down because I couldn't go be with mama and all that kind of good stuff, but y'all made my day. Mm, for, forgive the cringing. Mm. So here we go. We have this in skew. We are also waiting for Miss Diane. I know I'm on about 30 minutes early, but that's okay. I never know. They say they're going to be on at 12:15 and they're on at 12:30 or 12:10, so I'm always early. Excuse me. Mm, Lord have mercy. I hope y'all. Phil Donahue passed away. Oh. Phil Donahue died Sunday night following a long illness. And his wife of Phil, 44 years, Marlo, was with him. Phil Donahue, he was like an Oprah in the male version form. Oh my gosh, do we have lunch? You girl like this. Oh, I can't reach. Thank you. Oh, I'll put it over. Can you just set that there? Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, beloved. Mm-hmm. Did you take a bite? Oh, you. Oh. Y'all. We've never eaten at this place before. And I don't do the red peppers. But, uh, thank you. I said, take yours. Uh, that does look good, Miss Kevin. Thank you for joining. Oh my gosh, that looks great. OMG, here's the first bite. This is a new place in town. Cheers. Mmm. Mmm. Yep. Oh, yeah, baby. Anyway. Oh, man. Poor. Um, and, okay, Phil Donahue had the Phil Donahue Show from 1967 to 96. Man, he started way back when. He was awarded the President's Medal of Freedom by Biden earlier this year. Hmm. Maybe you should, ADHD. How you doing this morning? Well, our hearts and prayers do go out to the family. Phil Donahue was an interesting character, but Offset, he was a very, very good, kind, passionate man. and he really cared about those in need. So, since I go place. So, yes, Phil Donahue, rest in peace. Yeah, I'm here. I'm with you. The Godfather star of um, actor John Aprea, known for his role in The Godfather Part 2, the movie, he passed away. We've had a lot of people passing away the last couple of days. Um, so, anyway, done with that. Moving uh, forward, mm, we are. By the way, the jury has been deliberating all day today in the Finnegan um, trial. They have not asked any questions. They did have a question yesterday evening or Saturday evening. They wanted to know if they could actually have a hard copy of the original charges, and they were declined that. Mm. Yeah, I know you did not come here to watch me eat, but dang, this is good. I'm tired of fast food. You know what I mean? Okay. I better wait to announce this. I got to talk to Miss Kevin first. Mm, 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 mm. What did everybody do this weekend? I did live stream. I was here with you guys. All right, I'm going to look for more stuff going on with YouTube and fill us in. Mm, mm. Cleaned and hit the gym. I I would have loved to have done either one of those things, but this rib has really been giving me hell. It really has been giving me hell. Oh, for those of you who want to know, I had a few people asking about the little experiment for my friend's son, and it's going well. Everybody's still alive. Hi, Zach! Yay! Hey, they be the man. Napped with your babies. I mean, Miss Kevin, you have single handedly ruined me. You've ruined me because I have always said, nah, whenever my kids have grandkids, I'll be just fine. I'm not going to be one of those people that sit there and say, I want a grandbaby. Give me a grandbaby. Guess what? I want a grandbaby, but don't give me one yet. they're a little, they're a little, they're not in a place to have one, but boy, you make me want one. I miss the snuggles. I miss that laugh. Oh, thank everybody for wishing my mama, Elizabeth, a happy birthday. She is with my daughter. They are shopping and having lunch in the neighboring town of San Antonio, Texas. Um, so there you go. I have been practicing my native flute, and I'm going to do a recording. And some people have asked me. We've got several here who are native. Several people here who enjoy that kind of stuff. Yes. How are you doing, Miss Sneaky Side? How you doing, love? Take care of yourself. You've been on a lot with me lately, and I just want to know it's greatly appreciated, but not a requirement. But we do thoroughly enjoy having you. So Oh, but I appreciate y'all being in the background so very much. Um, we are going to be. Let me pull up. Let me pull it up. I gotta pull it up. I gotta look at it. I have decided to. I think it's Robert Kawada. Kawada, say Kawada. We will be following that. That's a new trial I've put on my target board. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my God. Uh, thank you, Toy. Thank you. I'm probably saying it wrong, but thank you so much. Oh, yes. And our 1 month anniversary of monetization is, I can't believe we've done it. This journey was not something I planned. This is something that happened, and it's been a blessing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No idea how much that means to me. Um, I have not. Some of you have asked about Jules. I do not have an update, but I know that she's stable and doing as well as can be, and just giving her space to do what she's got to do. Toilet, 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 Carcer, uh, Carissa. Okay. I'm really the dyslexia has kicked in, and I'm like, oh, I had the idea to change my name. Andriel Hills, same as Ada K. Aw, Zach, you're amazing. Um, I was going to be out of town today, but because of my situation, I'm here. And but tomorrow I will be out of town, but I will put the live up before I go, and it will be just streaming. I will be popping in and out as a guest on my cell phone, and then I will be in the comments, and my mods will be in the comments. I just will not be controlling it as much. So I'm going to have a window like this, and it'll say remote Ada in my picture. I'll be remoting tomorrow. Yes, we love and appreciate Jules, but as soon as I have an update, I will be happy to give it to you. We, me, me, um, in the next day or two, hopefully tomorrow, I'm going to get a PO box, and it will be giving you that information. And I'm going to do a launch live for a card shower for her, and I'm hoping to get other creators to hop on. So we're working on that. Please keep your eyes open for that. And if you are inclined to get a card and send a love note to her, I'd appreciate it. Trial Live, I don't know if you would like to participate in that card drive for her. But if you would, just let me know so I can get a hold of you when we get ready to do it. And if you are inclined to send a little love gift along with it, it could be a gift card, it could be cash. I wouldn't do check because I don't know if she's able to get to bank. I don't have her private information. So that's all entirely up to you. And well, hi, Miss Squeegee. Hello. We will be also having this members only live. I've got to figure out because let me look at the calendar. The members only live. Here. The members only live will be happening on, geez, we have one, two, three, four, we have 5 weeks, 5 weekends this month. So it either will be August the 31st or September 7th. It will be determined on what mods I have available for that night because I want to include my mods. I hope they will be actually on screen and want to do a game. So, hmm. Erin says hi. She's working on another project. Hi, Erin. Hello, love. Hello from me, Squeegee said. Uh, but um, that's where. Oh, place. My dog is alerting every time I cringe. She alert. Zach, are you going to cause trouble today? Please do. You're welcome to anytime you want. You're welcome to come on in and have fun. I'm hoping Zach will show up when I'm live so I can get him to come on camera. So I don't, let me look at the mod. So the 7th is going to be, you'll be here, Miss Kevin, right? Good. Okay. I'm just giving options because my Miss Kevin has a huge wedding event. Congratulations for your family and your brother. We checked on the Finn's case this morning. Holy crap. Yes, it is a holy crap case. I've aired some of it. I did not air all of it because that case is freaking unbelievable and some of it's not good. Oh, I have to drive to San Antonio. I was supposed to be there today. I was supposed to be in San Antonio. I will not be here tomorrow, Zach, so any other day in the near future will be fine. They have not reached a verdict yet. They are still in a verdict watch, but um, I think the issue is there's so many counts and a lot of lesser included, and they have to go down each individual charge. So, so we have to go down each individual charge. So that's where that is. We are. I'm looking for something on YouTube. I saw something the other day, and I'm trying to find it again. Um, oh, the most aggressive teacup poodle attacks its owners. Yeah, exactly. 100 pages of law and 13 charges. I don't think the actual guilt and innocent phase is going to take long. It's just doing all the other stuff. Mm. That is going to be precious, Miss Kevin. Miss Kevin, I really would love. I hope you send us pictures. Shoot us pictures. I won't. I will not put children's faces up. But yep, we haven't done anything trial live. We really haven't. We're just waiting um for the court feeds to hop in. Yeah, trial live. Um, I gotta find your stream. That's right. I'm talking and eating and not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. That can be dangerous, big time dangerous. There it is. Wunderbar. So we have Trial Lights feed up. We have y'all. If you don't know anything about Trial Live, they are a fabulous live stream. That all they do is live stream. No commentators like me. You don't have people like me. You don't have interruptions. It's straight trial. So you are more than welcome to go join them. Congratulations, y'all are up to 1,350 something. Mm. Amish farms are fabulous. Amish country is amazing. Yes, I did see her makeup line. Oh, well, thank you, Squeegee. I was told I got a little spicy the other day when we were watching the Twisted Torture. And I apologize. I am a very passionate person. So when I get in that kind of a place, I it's hard for me to hold my tongue. And um being let me give y'all a little heads up on something. Explain something while we're waiting. Deaf people, and I am now in that community, and the more I've been around them, the more I become like them, are very straight to the point. And when then we get excited, we sometimes, and it's like when we're excited about doing something, and say, for example, how do we put it? We just direct people, and sometimes that can feel like pressure on other people. And if I come across that way, I apologize. That is a cultural thing for us. I live in the hearing world and the deaf world, and sometimes those two worlds collide. So just know that I appreciate everybody, all of you in my chat, all of you who are mods and co-creators that help me out, my team especially. So Squeegee, oh, husband grew up in North Ohio, a lot of Amish, but I've never been to Amish country. I'm excited. Yes, Amish country's beautiful. Um, the one thing is that please, not Miss Kevin. I'm not worried about her, but if you are ever in Amish country, do not take photos of these people. Don't do anything without asking first. They do not like a lot of contact with the other outer world, non Amish people. Yeah. So just be respectful. But oh my gosh, they have some of the best craftsmanship. Oh, Miss Kevin, if you can get your hands on preserves or any of their food or any of their quilts or any of their stuff, it's all top notch. It's fabulous. I actually had an Amish friend, and yeah, they're great people. Great, 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 great people. I forgot I got to get my Discord up for my poor mods. Usually have my Discord up on the computer, and I normally cannot see. Um, okay, so we'll, Miss Kevin, we will do the members only live on the 31st. We will do it then. Um, but I got everything set. I spent the day. Oh my gosh, isn't it fabulous? Yeah, it is. Oh my gosh, my father was a woodworker. He used to teach industrial technologies, and he actually learned how to do some of the old school stuff by hand, like the Amish people did. And I mean, it it's a labor of love. It really is when you have to put all of those joints together without any nails. Oh, and they last hundreds of years. It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. I forgot to turn on my candles. I'm not doing too well today on my background. My grandma used to make pies for the Amish restaurant in town my dad grew up in. Yeah, and their food is oh, I wish, and I know this is not gonna ever happen, but I would love to visit Amish country and do some research on the Amish community and how they deal with deaf and disabled people. Because Amish families, they don't have health insurance. They don't have any of that. They have a communal type medical thing. It's interesting. Yeah, that would be a day to remember. Exactly. Exactly. But oh, I got so mad at this woman. I saw it on a documentary, and one of the tourists in the Amish country were sitting there trying to get pictures of the children. And I was all like, excuse me, don't do that. I don't understand why people think they can take pictures of other people's kids. I don't care how cute the kid is. I don't care if they're Amish or not. So, is what it is. But we are in the countdown. I don't know why they're not live yet, but we're waiting. Sneaky side, absolutely. And eyewitness, when a barn burnt down, the entire community assembled to build it back up in 1 week. Their building is fast, furious, and phenomenal. Phenomenal. I mean, I wish we did things kind of like that again. We're so, our community, our world is so individual based. We are not a community based anymore. I live in a neighborhood, as we all do, or we live in the country, but I didn't even know. Now, if I had known, I would have been there. But I didn't even know that my neighbor and widow fell. And this is a woman who's not too much older than me, but she walks every day. She's a go getter, does her own yard. And I noticed I hadn't seen her. Well, I found out that she had fallen and had to have surgery on her leg and hip and knees or whatever, and had been going through a massive recovery. And I had no idea. No clue. Baked goods are awesome. They set up a booth every Saturday near me. Oh, hello, Britt. I would be 500 pounds if I lived near any. Oh, Miss Kevin. Hi. If I lived near anybody that was Amish, I seriously would be 500 pounds. Oh, that is so good. Yeah, it's so sad. I miss knowing my neighbors and being able to have tea and getting together. And when I grew up, get, what are you doing in here? Get. My cat's trying to get to my food. So, yeah, yeah. But she's doing well. She's walking again. She's back to her normal life. The only thing she's not doing is mowing her yard. And I'm happy to see it. At some point, come on, in the Texas heat at 110 degrees, 115 degrees, and mowing your yard just ain't no good. Actually, I now hire the same guy that she has, and he does both of us at the same time, and he's on one of the riding lawnmowers, and he gets it done real quick. Mm. Okay, so I have mentioned before that I am in the process of trying to get a logo and find some merch. And so we do have a logo contest going. I've extended it, and we're going to play that commercial real quick before court gets going. Well, guys, it's that time. We need a logo, we need merch, and a website. So I decided to have a competition. The person who creates the winning logo will get a t-shirt, hat, and a $50 gift card. And the logo will be featured on everything that we have: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, the website, my email, all the merch. So if you're interested, deadline's August 15th. The winner will be announced on the 1st of September. Thank you so much and good luck. And I'm eating this flatbread. My gosh, y'all. This is so good and it's so fresh. Mm, mm. I'm full. Yes, my neighbor fell. My neighbor across the street, husband died of COVID. Oh, Dak, are you a blonde? Do y'all know that song? Because I'm blonde. Let me clear my mouth and I'll sing it for you. This is a barbershop song that quartets used to sing. And I think Marilyn Monroe did this song. It's called "Cause I'm a Blonde." It goes, "Because I'm blonde, I don't have to think. I talk like a baby and I never pay for drinks. Don't have to worry about getting a man if I get to keep this bod and I keep this tan, cause I'm a blonde. BLOND. It's cute. One of my favorite phrases in that song is two of them. I'm a fourth year freshman at Texas A&M, and I'm getting. Oh, my bad. I'm a fourth year freshman at Texas A&M, and I want to be a veterinarian because I love children. So it's a cute song. Look it up. It's a great song. But anytime I hear blonde moment, I do that. I know we're cheer blonde, kind of similar. Yeah. Us blondes get a bad rap. Get off our blonde headed people. We're good folk. Leave it alone. But also, oh, how many of you guys are left handed? I have a twin brother. He's left handed. I'm right handed. So I told him I was always the right in all arguments because I was right handed. Lefties are wrong, righties are right. So I was shopping a while back at this mall, and they have a left handed store where everything in it is made for left handed people. Who'd have thought left handed scissors? Who would have thought left handed scissors? Oh my gosh. Oh, Oddsfish. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You love being blonde, except for when the guy likes brunettes. Never had that problem. Haha, my twin sisters are right and one's left handed. Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of twins like that. They are. Yeah, you can't, yeah. So everything they make is for left-handed people that we don't realize are for right-handed people. Hmm. They even switch the hot and cold for left-handed people. I'm like, oh, did you hear that? That was my neck. Well, guys, like I predicted, they're running a little late, so I apologize. We are still, something's happening. Switching. Got to switch. We'll get this going. Get the volume up. Something's happening.
For it to go back.
Yes, for the clearly, clearly all asked for the.
I don't know. Okay, let's watch. Maybe we have a verdict.
Sorry, I'll keep y'all waiting. I had 3 questions from the jurors. Question 1 was, there were one on the exhibit list said we're missing number 15. So Miss Jones listened to all the witnesses from 14 through 16 and discovered that, and it's probably my fault, we just skipped the number. So there is no 15. So I'm going to tell the jury that in response to their question.
They're getting
The
close.
second questions are, one, they requested the evidence package. We already gave that to them. Three, the crime scene photos that were not in the evidence package. We gave them that one. And the third one is they requested a copy of the indictments like we discussed yesterday. And so my decision in regard to the indictments, I'm going to tell them that that I'm not going to send back the indictments. And the reason I'm not is based upon the charge I gave in the preliminary jury charge. And it says the defense been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charge is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is a formal accusation charging the defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. And since it wasn't made an exhibit, I don't think it's appropriate to send it back. And I think that's all the questions. So anything else from the state in regard to that? And I know Charles' argument in regard to the indictments as well. Anything from the defense on that?
Just for the record, I would just like to say the defense asked for it to go back.
Yes, you asked for that. Clearly y'all asked for the indictments.
Talking about this, Diane.
Okay, Commissioner Jury, please.
Trying to do so, but thank you for being the first one on today. You're an angel as always. You'll have a great night's sleep. We'll see you tomorrow.
and all that good stuff. Okay.
Hello, stranger. Oh, yes, you're on time.
Yes.
I have you mic
See, please.
so they can hear you.
Record reflect our
Okay.
12 jurors are in. Y'all were kind enough to send me 3 questions. Now let me answer those. Question number 1, it says request exhibit list number 15. We're missing it. And so what we did
They
was
went-
we listened to
What
the
happened?
entire
That wasn't
tape,
me.
starting from exhibit 14 all the way through 16 to see if there was a 15 there. There is not. And that's my fault. I missed numbering that, so there is no exhibit 15. Your second question was you requested the evidence package, which you've already got. You requested the crime scene photos, which you already got. Your third question was you requested a copy of the original indictment. And I'm not going to provide that for you. And let me tell you why. It goes back to the jury charge at the very beginning in the preliminary charge. Let me read to you what I said. The defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with a violation of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as an indictment. An indictment is the formal accusation charging the defendant with a crime and is not evidence of anything. And so remember my charge, and remember we didn't make it an exhibit. So that's the reason it's not going back. I'm going to let y'all work till about 5, and then I'm going to ask the court officer to ask your foreperson, whoever that is, if y'all want to keep working. If you do, we'll make some arrangement to bring food in. If you want to call a night, you can do that as well. Or you want to work till 6 or 7, whatever. Y'all are in charge. We will make this as comfortable for you as possible. All right. So I appreciate both sides. Appreciate y'all's efforts so far in working on this, and look forward to your return to work. All right, everybody, rise, please. And the jury can begin its deliberation. Begin. Thank y'all very much.
He is the sweetest judge. Oh my gosh, he's so sweet. Okay, so they're back to deliberation. Uh-oh. Okay, Miss Diane, let me catch you up. We have 2 trials. One is Robert Tellis. That's the actual trial that we've been watching. We are in a verdict watch for Sean Finnegan, Finnegan, and it's a horrible trial, and it was so graphic and gruesome that I'm not going to show the whole trial. It was brutal.
What? Who killed who?
He and right, Finnegan is in his 50s, married a very early 20-year-old, and they kidnapped a woman, brought her into the house, did extremely horrible, incomprehensible uh, things to her.
So they
And
murderated her.
well, eventually, and
Oh,
they put her in the freezer, and then they moved her to under the bed.
under the bed
Well, because
after she
I
was
don't
frozen.
know, I think they got a heads up or were fearful that there was going to be a warrant served, so they took her out of the freezer, put food in there, trying to trick the investigation. Something along the lines of that. I don't know.
Well, how stupid can you be and still breathe?
Yeah. So, and then the Vegas reporter murder trial, uh, Robert Tellis is being accused of killing reporter. He was in a public elected official.
Is this
Tellis.
the one we were watching?
Hmm.
This is the one we were watching.
Yeah. Under the bed is a better hiding place.
Oh, sure it is. Let her know.
Worse.
Like I said, how stupid can you be and still breathe? Just go to sleep with your sleep apnea machine. You'll never smell a thing.
Oh, I think that got Miss Kevin's attention. She went,
Sometimes you have to get through these things.
oh,
I want to say something. I want to say thank you to everyone who has bought me a cup of coffee. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
that's right. I got to edit this now, my love. It is working.
Yes.
Gotta find it.
You have no idea how much I appreciate my coffee. I need to buy me a cup that says thank you to all who buy the interpreter a cup of coffee. I don't know how to do it. Maybe I'll paint one. I was folding clothes and I looked at the clock and went, oh, I got to get ready.
Everybody was doing their groceries, I mean, shopping and cleaning, all that.
I was listening to a report on the closing ceremonies of the Olympics.
Hmm.
I'll have to get you the name of the person who did it. And it was just as, in my humble opinion, it was, the closing ceremonies were just as bad as the opening ceremonies. The opening ceremonies did a depiction, is that the word? Depiction of the Last Supper. And the closing ceremonies did a depiction of the Antichrist.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay. So, guys, look what I have.
that's right. That's how you do it. That's me. I'm Lady Di. When I was living at the deaf school in Indianapolis, and I'd see all the little kids, and they go, "Your name what?" I would go, "Di." They go, "You Lady Di?" And I go, "Yes." And that's what they always called me. And that's where that came from. Because they go, "What's your sign name?" And I go, "Di." They go, "You Lady Di." And that's where that came from.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm refreshing the page. Boy, they're taking their sweet time.
Let me see if I can pull. All right. Let's
I may have
pull.
heard something. I'm not sweet. I mean, I'm
Uh,
not
uh, uh, oh, those kids were just absolutely just lovely.
Yes, and by the way, please join the Discord because uh,
What a wonderful whiz he is. Da, 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 da. I watched that the other night, by the way.
Oh, I
You
watched the Ted series.
watched
Diana,
what?
Mike, is Diana's hot? All right, Miss Kevin, is Diana's mic hot
I do.
or is it me? It could be just me.
I don't know. I can turn me down.
That's what people don't understand. I set the computer at certain things and all that, but then I have a gain in my hearing aid that I can make things uncomfortably loud for you guys.
I talked to Connie yesterday.
I love.
No, she sounds fine. I was just
Hello,
gonna.
Miss
Hello.
Miss Kevin. How are you doing?
I'm good, good. I was just gonna say, who gave you your sign name, Miss Di?
My sign name Di came from a fellow I was working with, and when he got home, his wife asked him, "Who was your interpreter today?" And he went. She said,
Oh,
"I asked you who was your interpreter today," and he went. She goes, "Who was your interpreter today?" And he said, "I told you." She goes,
yeah.
"Who's that?" He goes, "You know." And she goes, "You didn't spell that." He goes, "I know. I got tired of spelling it, so it's
Is
Di."
that? I love
He
that.
shortened me. And then when the kids at the deaf school asked me my sign name, they went, "You Lady Di." And that's why.
Mhm.
And so when I'm working now, somebody will ask me my sign name, I'll go, "Di," and they'll go, "Die." I go, "Yes, not dead, die."
it's
So they remember me.
it's a fun fact, and a lot of people may not know this, but actually, only a deaf person can give you your sign name.
That is right.
We, as a family who have a deaf daughter, we use placeholder sign names in place of her giving us sign names or giving our family members sign names.
Mhm.
So yeah, I just thought that was interesting because everybody has a fun story about where their sign name came from. So
It was really, really funny. My very first sign name was this, Sweet, because I
oh,
was always doing something for somebody, and it was one of my teachers at the deaf school, and they went, "I think you need sign name Sweet," and it just never stopped. I tell somebody my sign name, they go, "Why Sweet?" I go, "That's what was given." They went, "Nah, you're not that sweet." Okay.
Oh, yes, she is.
I love
So
that.
anyway,
Yes, she is sweet.
How'd you get? What's your sign name, Ada?
AK. What is
No.
your AK? What's your sign name? Why that? AB Ada Brown.
Brown, my last name,
Mm-hmm.
Brown, Ada
And
Brown,
A. Ada
AB.
Brown. I like AK better.
Me too.
I like AK better. But why here?
Who knows?
'Cause I'm a
Well,
girl?
that's you. No, that's just normally an area. Mine's just out here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
When Naomi was very little, she had a babysitter who would watch her when I went to work, and she had really curly hair, like really tight curly hair, and her name was Katie, and so we called her Katie. Yeah, we would do Katie to try to get her to, and then Naomi had her hearing aid, so she would go ka 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 ka, and we would go, yeah, Katie, and she was always like, I love that. But anyways, I was just happening to say she sounds fine, and I like her sign name.
What is your daughter's sign name?
We use a placeholder of an N, like smiling, because she is always smiling and laughing. Yep.
It's good, but I just can't eat it.
What kind
But
of a sign name would we give Haley Mouse? Because they call her Mousy or Little Mouse.
uh,
What we We watch a lot of Mickey in my house, so we are always going Mickey, Mickey.
You can do Haley M, HM from Mickey up here
Oh yeah, we can.
because it looks like the M, H.
Yeah, but it's funny because my girls get confused. They're like Mickey or Minnie. Which one? So
How old are your girls?
which? They are 3 and 2, and then my
Wow,
son
that's
will
such
be
a
7 months on Saturday.
that is such a great age.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun right now. Naomi's getting ready. She goes back to school on the 4th of September. And I was telling her, she's asked me every day all summer. She's been like, yellow bus. But she goes, Lalo, Lalo.
Lelo, yeah.
And I'm
Lelo
like, yes,
bus.
the bus doesn't come in the summer. But I was telling her yesterday, I was like, we're going to get ready. We got to start getting up early so we can get on the bus. And she got so excited. She was, Lalo, Lalo. I was, yeah, yellow. We can get on the bus.
Lelo bus.
Tracy,
Lelo.
Tracy has a sign name. Hey, Tracy, love, how are you?
What's Tracy's sign name?
I think it's this. Don't get mad at me, Tracy. I don't use it. I think it's Tracy because her hair was long and curly. I can't remember. Other than that, that's what I would use. People don't realize a lot of times sign names are based off their characteristic traits. And I was didn't have a sign name, and I was in college getting my ASL degree. T with hair, T red hair. Okay. And we were in a class called visual gesture communication. You couldn't talk, you couldn't sign, you couldn't write, you had to gesture. So if I wanted this cup right here, I couldn't say drink, want, I could go like this, that kind of stuff. But we had to have sign names. And I was in a wheelchair then, and they went wheelchair. And I was like, really? We just had a discussion. We don't use disabilities as a part of a sign name. Deaf wheelchair. I was like, so they came up with AB. That's
Sneaky,
where that came up.
Sneaky, this is an interesting question. It's very common for families of deaf children to have placeholders. However, only about 10% of parents who have deaf children actually try to learn ASL and adapt to their child's world. So it's
Right.
common, but also uncommon because it's not very commonplace to learn ASL. I am very blessed and fortunate that my entire family, I'm talking grandmas, cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone has gone out and started their own ASL journeys specifically to communicate with my daughter. She's the only deaf or hard of hearing person in our entire family. And so they are just like, they're all about it. My one cousin said, well, we need to be able to talk to Naomi. So it was like, I mean, I was very, very moved by that. And I thought,
You are very blessed.
if my own family can do that, then how can I not? So we've been just like jumping in head first into our deaf community around us, and we do play dates with the hard of hearing kids. It's called Heart to Heart that we have here. And we get together with those kids that are her age, and they all have sign names that they use that are placeholders because most of them have hearing parents. But yeah, it's actually it's common and uncommon at the same time. But I was told that we can't hold her to anything that we put in place until she's old enough to tell us, or someone else in the community says you should be this.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what we're doing.
Yes.
It's really sad because here,
All right, that will work.
yeah. And the thing is,
I-
what's really sad is that doctors and audiologists and everybody, and it's okay if people choose a cochlear implant, but the sign language needs to come along with, because what people don't realize, when that cochlear implant's not attached to the head, they have 100% absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
They can't hear a cannon going off. They could feel it. They
Nope.
can't hear anything when you take off the cochlea. So I I really advocate as a deaf support specialist and Miss Diane as well as an interpreter, total communication.
Yes.
And a lot of parents put a cochlear on thinking it's going to fix the child and that they won't have to learn sign language because
Oh,
it's scary. People think scary, and it's not scary to learn sign language.
and I've always been a big believer in there's nothing wrong with her. There's no thing that is preventing her from doing anything. So we just want to give her access to absolutely all the options. If she came to me one day and said, "I don't want to wear my hearing aid and I don't want to wear my CI. I want to use ASL." That is fine. We are all on board. Wonderful. Or if she says, "I don't need you to sign to me, I can hear you," then I'm like, okay, fine.
And
But
she may do both of those things. One day she
exactly.
may do one thing, and the next day she may do the other.
The founder of our heart to heart group has a teenager right now, and her teenager keeps telling the teacher to stop wearing the buddy mic. She's like, "I don't need you talking in my ear. I can hear you." And her mom is like, "You can't hear everything. You need to have the buddy mic so you can get everything you need to get while you're in class." So I'm told that as they grow up, they start to decide that they know better and that they don't want certain things that they need.
You
Uh,
will go through those growing pains, but in my world, as a latent onset of deafness, meaning as an adult, only one I know that can sign are my daughter and that live near me in Tracy. And I really wish I could take these aids off to
yeah.
communicate. I Sunday forgot and left them at home. I was having a bad day, had an IH attack, but I wanted to go meet some friends for coffee. And luckily, I can lip read well enough, and they know very little sign language.
Right.
But it, it's like I can communicate without my hearing aids, but you can't without my hearing aids. It's very difficult with me
Yeah.
as far as communicating with me. So I really
Exactly.
encourage parents. I really encourage family and parents to learn sign language. You don't have to be proficient like a lifelong signer, but there's a lot that you can learn that's not hard. In fact, I'll be teaching ASL in the Hill Country, and nobody here really watches this show, but I do teach twice a year, very basic ASL. And
Yeah.
Miss Diane has taught ASL. Miss Diane's pretty much done it all in ASL.
Are you kidding? I dream in ASL. I talk in ASL. I remember my pastor was at my house one day for lunch and they were going to sit down. I said, "Sit no broke chair." No, I said, "Sit no." Yeah, sit no. The chair is broken. Broke chair. That's what I said. And they looked at me, but they got it
Yep.
because it all came out. I will talk to Margie and I say things in ASL. The thing is, she gets it. I
Mhm.
talk it, I sleep it, I dream it, I wake up citing.
Well, and the thing is I've noticed that, and some of y'all have caught me. I will I will sometimes say things out of English word order and more in an ASL word order.
Yeah.
And the other
Oh,
thing is, my voice is different when I don't have my hearing aids on.
Mhm.
Because I can't hear anything. I hear a little bit of myself, very faintly, but it is funny when I my sponsor, who I'll need to play in a minute. She sets up her wagon and coffee at the farmers market, and I was there with my daughter. I had my hearing aids turned off because it was super windy and it was hot but windy, and my service dog was with me, and I was signing to her, and she had no idea I was deaf.
Uh-oh.
And people and so that's why sometimes there's misunderstandings a lot with people who are hard of hearing and deaf.
Mhm.
Is they don't understand everything. One time, I give the example, if I'm talking to you and a lot of hard of hearing people will hear, "Oat, oat," and it could be a goat or it could be a boat.
Right.
So the conversation and what word they put in the place of what they don't hear depends on the side of the conversation. If I'm standing at the ocean and I hear, "Oh, oh," I'm thinking, "Where's the boat?"
Right.
And we have to do that a lot. It's tiring
Mm,
having to fill in the gaps all day. It's
yeah.
hard.
We have a sign on the back of our car that says attention, deaf child on board may not be aware of dangerous circumstances, may not react, and may not hear you. Here comes Cord, I think. That sound.
Go ahead.
So it's important. And then one of the things that we have for Naomi is a medical alert bracelet because she cannot have an MRI. So if she was ever in an accident, they need to be aware of the fact that she cannot have an MRI. But what we sign at home right now, we call baby sign because it don't make no sense. If somebody came over, they'd be like, what is that?
There is home sign. Home sign are signs that are created in the home that may not mean anything to anybody else, but you know what it is.
Do you know how my 2-year-old signs no? And it cracks me up. I literally every time she does it, I'm like, that's not okay. Sure, this is yes, and this is no.
You're freezing. You're frozen.
Oh.
This is yes.
Yes,
This is no.
yeah. So she will go.
You're froze.
Oh no!
You're froze. You're froze.
Am I really? Can you see me now?
Yes. Have you got somebody under your bed?
No.
Ooh!
Let's see here. Is that better?
Mm.
Move. No, you're froze. Describe it.
She takes her 2 fingers and puts them together with her thumb like she's saying no, but she shakes her hand like she's saying yes. Yeah, it's not a no motion, it's a yes motion.
Well, she's got part of it and part of the other one.
I love it when people go, they do this.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's annoying. But that's a Midwestern thing where we say yeah, no.
Yep. Love you, Tracy. You get some rest. I love you, my dear friend. And we'll talk soon. Love. Bye. All right, guys. Trial.
Yep, I'm gonna hop in the back end.
I love. Thank you for being here today.
Yeah,
Appreciate
no
you.
as long as they're napping, I'll be here.
Get the person out from under your bed. Okay.
Okie dokie. Let's see if I can skim through.
Job duties back in 2020.
Oh, yeah. I gotta do all that stuff.
If you remain standing, raise your hand, face forward.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Taylor Tolliver, Taylortolliver.
May I proceed? Good morning, Ms. Tolliver. How are you employed?
I'm a detective with law.
Sorry. I'm not
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Taylor Tolliver, Taylortolliver.
May I proceed? Good morning, Ms. Tolliver. How are you employed?
I'm a detective with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police.
I forgive me, guys. I took notes and what was that last name? Do you remember, Diana?
Tolliver. Tolliver.
E-R. Tolliver.
Ver.
Okay, that's weird. We are, just so you know, let me catch everybody up. We are on number 25 of the prosecution. All righty, let's get going.
Police Department.
How long have you worked for Metro?
It'll be 10 years next month.
Okay. How were you assigned back in 2022?
I'm criminal intelligence detective.
And what were your job duties back in 2022, say September?
An undercover surveillance detective.
And as an undercover surveillance detective back then, I think we all have a general idea of what that might look like, but can you tell the members of the jury what you did day to day as that type of detective?
Essentially, we would just utilize different equipment and tactics to essentially surveil people, follow them around, observe their activities. Sometimes they would be individuals, sometimes they would be businesses, dependent on what the investigators requested.
And the investigators, when they made a request of surveillance, do they explain their whole case to you, or do they just say, look, I need surveillance on this particular person on this date, or how does that work?
They typically give us objectives and then enough context from their investigation for those objectives, but not in detail their entirety of their cases.
Okay, so just sort of a framework so you can accomplish the objective on the surveillance?
Correct.
Okay. During September of 2022, did you conduct surveillance on behalf of, or at the request of, I should say, Detective Derek Jaffe?
Yes.
And was one of the days that you conducted surveillance September the 1st of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember if that location was like a neighborhood on a street called Spanish Steps?
Yes.
Who was the target? Who were you watching on that day?
Robert Tellis.
And do you see Mr. Tellis in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point to him and describe what he's wearing today, please?
A black suit with a multicolored tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. When you were conducting your surveillance on September the 1st, were you in a vehicle or were you on foot, or what kind of?
Predominantly in a vehicle.
Okay, and as part of the surveillance, do you keep a log of activities that you observed on September the 1st?
Yes.
And then based on that log, is that later transferred to the detective?
Yes.
In addition to keeping a written log, do you also sometimes take photographs?
I do.
And on that day, did you take some photographs?
Yes.
And that would be him and at his residence doing whatever?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the photographs, are those given to the requesting detective as well?
They are.
And then all of that is sort of kept in a Metro file?
I'm not really sure what he would do with it. They're forwarded to the case agent.
After you give it to the case agent, you're kind of done?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Thank you. Having shown defense counsel what's been marked as states 348 through 350, just ask you to look through these photographs and let me know when you're done, please. Having looked at those photographs, do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on September the 1st?
They do.
State moves to admit 348 through 350.
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna, may I publish? I'm gonna put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 348. Let me just. Can you see that on your screen up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What are we looking at in that photograph?
The vehicle of Robert Tellis, or the vehicle he operated that day.
Okay. And is it parked basically in front of his house on Spanish Steps?
Yes.
This is states 349. And what are we looking at in that photo?
That is Mr. Tellis exiting the vehicle.
And last one is states 350. Another shot of Mr. Tellis.
It appears to be immediately after him exiting the vehicle, walking towards the residence.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Tolliver, so I understand your testimony correctly. Mr. Tellis was under surveillance by yourself at the request of Detective Jaffe on September 1st, 2022.
By myself and my squad, yes.
Photographed him, watched him, correct?
Yes.
You'll agree with me that there were no actions on his part that would raise any suspicions in your mind concerning crimes that may or may not be occurring.
I don't deem what is suspicious. I make the observations and forward them to the detective they requested it.
Did he leave the residence multiple times, a single time? Please explain to us a little more in detail what you observed on the events of September 1st, 2022.
Specifically the first?
Correct.
I believe on that day he left to Target, if I'm correct. And then I believe he also went to pick up a juvenile from a bus stop.
Okay, a child. The child that he picked up, he returned home to his residence.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Were you involved in the surveillance of Mr. Tellis on September 6th?
Yes.
And if you could explain to us what it was that you saw occur on September 6th. Have you reviewed your report in preparation for your
She
testimony?
doesn't remember.
I have, but we did a couple surveillances on Mr. Tellis. Oh, I do remember. I'm sorry.
Okay,
So that was the day I don't believe he initially left the house. The day he exited his residence and began cleaning the exterior of his vehicles.
okay. And just so we're clear, you surveilled him washing 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what 3 vehicles those were?
There was the vehicle that was just depicted, I believe, a BMW, a Tesla, and then a Yukon.
Okay. You surveilled him washing the exterior of the 3 vehicles, correct?
Correct.
And this washing of the 3 vehicles took about 2.5 hours, correct?
I believe so, yes.
At no time did you see him enter and wash any of the 3 vehicles, correct?
That's incorrect. I did see him enter a vehicle.
But to wash, you saw him, did you see, when you saw him enter the vehicle, it was to move the vehicle, correct?
No, I saw him enter a vehicle that he did not move.
Okay, and what vehicle was that?
The Yukon.
And what specifically did you see him do inside the
I
vehicle?
can't say what he did within the vehicle. My vantage point didn't allow me to see that.
He was in the vehicle briefly.
Correct.
You saw him exit the residence prior to washing the 3 vehicles with cleaning agents, correct?
Yes.
And he used those cleaning agents to wash the BMW, correct?
Yes.
The Tesla
Yes.
and the Yukon, the Denali, correct?
Yes.
But he washed the exteriors only, correct?
As far as what my vantage point gave me, I saw him wash the exteriors of the 3 vehicles you just mentioned. Yes.
Okay, and nothing else, just the exteriors is the point I'm getting at.
Correct. So the only thing I was able to see was the exteriors. Yes.
Okay. You made note on your surveillance log of September 6th that you saw cameras on the exterior of Mr. Tellis's residence on September 6th, correct?
Yes.
However, you did not see those cameras on September 1st.
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. I'm going to put back on the overhead what's been admitted as stage 350. The area kind of above the light here by the garage, that's where there were no cameras, right, on the 1st?
Correct.
And they were later seen on the 6th?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Your Honor.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. And the state may call their next witness.
State calls Christy Baxter.
Somebody's taking a bath. Kitty yoga.
Thank you. Remain standing, raise your hand, please. Please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
It's Christy Baxter, Christy, Christie, Baxter, Baxter.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Ms. Baxter, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a crime scene analyst supervisor with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked as a crime scene analyst?
A little over 7 years.
And how long have you had the designation as a supervisor?
About 2 days.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
But you worked as a crime scene analyst, I think you said for 7 years?
Yes.
And can you just briefly describe the training that you went through in order to work as a crime scene analyst?
As a crime scene analyst, we undergo about a 3 to 4 month process where we go through the academy where you learn all the basics to be able to be successful throughout field training. And then you go through a 3 to 4 month process in field training where you're supervised by a senior crime scene analyst. And then at the end, you take a competency test where you have to pass to be able to go on and do actual field work by yourself. And then you continue training throughout your career to make sure you're up to date.
Okay. Now, we've had some testimony before this jury about the crime scene 7216 Bronze Circle. So we won't go into that in too much detail, but did you report as well as one of the crime scene analysts to Jeff Garriman's residence on September the 3rd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And you worked with Claire Browning and other crime scene analysts and detectives to process that scene?
I did.
What was your responsibility in terms of the scene?
For this scene, my responsibility was impounding all evidence and doing the scans to complete a diagram.
Okay, and we've seen the diagram, but in terms of what you impounded, were they swabs of like possible DNA off like rocks and bushes and that sort of thing?
Yes, we took the rocks as an original surface with apparent blood. We took additional swabs of apparent blood and then DNA swabs of other surfaces as well.
Okay, and all of that was impounded by you?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at that original scene at Bronze Circle, was Detective Derek Jaffe present?
Not at the scene, no.
No. I want to kind of fast forward a little bit to September the 8th. Were you called upon to assist homicide on that date?
I was.
And that was still with regard to Mr. Garriman's murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you asked to meet homicide on September the 8th?
I was asked to go to the PA's office, which was 515 Shadow Lane.
And by the PA's office, do you mean the public administrator's office?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, did you see detectives that you knew?
Yes, we all met up.
Okay, and there would be homicide detectives present?
Yes.
Did you see Detective Jaffe on the 8th?
Yes, I did.
And was he doing something separate than homicide? Were you there at homicide's request or his request?
I was there at homicide's request.
Did he appear to be taking his own pictures and doing his own sort of look through the PA's office?
Yes, he was.
So it was separate from what homicide was doing?
Yes.
Were you primarily working with Detective Gaddis?
Yes, she was primary on the investigation.
Okay. Was one of your responsibilities on the 8th to take photographs of the offices at the public administrator's office?
It was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Ms. Baxter, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 204 to 213. Just to ask you to look through those and let me know when you're done. Okay.
Where did you get them?
Well, remember the one that we found outside the shop? That's this one.
Having looked through those, do you recognize those to be the photographs you took at the
Another one.
DA's office on the 8th?
They were.
I'm gonna go put them back.
They used to admit 204 to 213, Your Honor,
We have no objection.
and may I publish them? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 204. Let me back that up just a little. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And what are we looking at there?
That's the outside of the public administrator and public guardian office.
Okay, and this is states 205. What's that a photograph of?
That's the exterior of the office that was labeled Rob.
Okay, and did you and the detectives eventually went into that office?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm putting on the overhead states 207. Is that in the office?
That is.
And can you kind of orient us just a little bit, like where, from the prior photograph, is this looking to where the front door of the office is?
So I would be standing behind the desk within the office, shooting towards the door.
Okay. And this is states 208. Obviously the desk.
Yes.
So sort of the opposite view of the photograph we just saw.
That's correct.
And I'm putting on the overhead now what's been admitted as states 209. That's the view of the entry into the office?
Yes, from standing at the doorway.
Okay. There appears to be a computer on the desk there. Is that fair?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to that computer?
Homicide detectives collected it.
Okay. And I'm gonna just show you one more close picture. This is states 212. Does that appear to be the computer that homicide collected?
Yes, I believe it's like behind or and those are the monitors, so it's connected to the computer they collected.
Okay. And so they would have impounded that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Baxter, fair to say that you were called upon to fulfill your duties as a crime scene investigator to collect evidence concerning a murder case, correct?
Yes.
You testified that when you were at the public administrator's office on September 8th of 2022, that you saw Mr. Jappy, correct?
I did.
You were testified that you were called upon by the homicide office to be there, correct? Or the
That's
homicide
correct.
detail.
Homicide detectives, yes.
And your job primarily concerned taking photos and collecting evidence, correct?
Yes.
Generally, when you work with homicide, that's what you're called to do. You come in, you document the evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And you had testified that when you arrived, that the Detective Jappy was there, correct?
He was.
And you had testified that he was taking his own photos
He was.
and collecting his own evidence.
I'm not sure if he collected evidence, but I do know he took photographs.
Okay, but you had testified on direct collecting evidence. I mean, he was there doing his own thing, correct?
Yes, he was doing his own thing to take photographs, collect evidence. I'm not exactly sure what he collected, if he did any.
So he was not part of your team at the direction of the homicide unit, correct?
Right.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
And the state may call our next witness.
State's gonna call Matt Savannah. Matt, okay.
Sensei, go place. Sensei. Thank you. Oh, uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, we have a visitor and Sensei wants to say it. I'll be right back, y'all.
I'm not where I can call you. I'm not where I can call you right now. As soon as I am, I will call.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Matthew, Matthew, Hovanes, Hovanec.
Proceed, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And what section are you assigned to?
I'm the commission supervisor, one of the commission supervisors of the Digital Forensics Lab.
What are the responsibilities of the digital forensics lab, sir?
We collect, process, and make reports on all digital data, whether that's phones, videos, computers, tablets, the like.
Okay. Could you tell me a little bit about some of the training and experience you've had leading up to working in this division?
Sure. I've got over 1,000 hours of training relevant to digital forensics from IASIS, which is the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I have my CFC, which is Certified Forensic Computer Examiner. I also have a CMDE, which is Certified Mobile Device Examiner. For some of the vendor-specific training that we use with Celebrite, I have a CCO and CCPA certification, also drone certified through Celebrite. With
this guy
Magnet, I have a MCFE, Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner, and a CMGE.
There's his
I
name.
also have training in cell phone repair and video training.
Okay. Did you assist Metro and specifically the homicide section led by Justine Gaddis in an investigation regarding the death of Jeffrey Garrett?
I did.
were there a series of devices that you were responsible for forensically downloading?
There were.
Did that include a phone that belonged to Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Do you remember what type of phone that was?
I believe it was a Google Pixel 6.
Okay. Did you also assist in forensically downloading a phone belonging to Jeffrey Gehrman?
I do not believe I did that phone.
Okay. Let me ask you about this. Did you assist in forensically downloading a workplace computer belonging to Mr. Tellis?
I did.
Never checked this foundation as to what belonged to, so I didn't check that character.
Can you lay a foundation?
Sure. Well, let's start this way. Did you forensically download a desktop?
I did.
Okay. Did you review any materials or documents to learn where that desktop came from?
I did.
Okay. What sort of materials did you review?
User accounts, where the computer was collected from.
Okay. Did you ever have any time to consult also with Detective Justine Gaddis about materials that were collected by her homicide team?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you the question again. There was a desktop that you forensically downloaded, correct?
Yes.
Who did it belong to?
Robert Tellis.
Okay. And where did it come from?
From the Clark County, I can't remember the exact
Public
title of the
Administrator's
office. Public
Office?
Administrator's Office, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, if you could just explain to the jury, what does it mean to forensically download something?
So when we forensically download something, we get the device in the state it is and try to make absolutely no changes to it. We want the device to be in the same state it was when we retrieved that device or when we were given that device. So when we download a phone or download a computer, we're using software and hardware that makes no changes to that device.
Okay. Are you familiar with a program called Celebrite?
I am.
What is Celebrite?
Celebrite is a company that manufactures software and hardware for downloading phones, computers and phones.
Was Celebrite utilized in the forensic download of Robert Tellis's Google Pixel phone?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you, with respect to Mr. Tellis's workplace desktop computer, what program was used to forensically download that?
For that, it was Magnet Axiom.
Okay. How does that operate? Similar to Celebrite, different?
It's similar to Celebrite. A program's used to create an image, and then Magnet, the Axiom program, is used to process that image and create reports.
Okay, so we're talking about reports. Are they sometimes referred to as an extraction report?
Yes.
Okay, what is an extraction report?
There's different types of reports that can be created by each program. It's something that allows the end user, in this case, detectives going over the case or attorneys, to look at that data that I've processed in a viewable format, tag items, create reports from it.
Okay. When you look at one of these, so for example, if there's certain information in a phone that's identified as potentially relevant or connected some way, you can identify it, and then this report will spit it out in some sort of format. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for example, will the extraction report have information about potentially when, let's just use a photo, for example. Let's say you find a photo, it is marked and it's extract. Will it have information potentially relating to either when it's created or maybe when it's appearing on the phone, something along those lines?
It is possible.
Okay. Will it include potentially locations, like a pathway about where it might be found within a device?
Yes.
Potentially, let's say if the image has, like maybe there's metadata about GPS coordinates, could sometimes that be attached to an image or some sort of device?
It can be.
Okay, it just depends, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed a series of extraction reports related to information contained inside Mr. Tellis's phone?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to, let's see, I'm going to show, one second. We'll start at least by showing opposing counsel what's been marked as 357A, 356, 361, 357, 360, 358, 363. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. And 364. I agree. Any objections? No objections. Okay.
Identify stipulation.
And just for the court have a record of those exhibits? Okay. I'm gonna come up and show you those exhibits. Got a digital version of them as well, but let's just at least take a look at these real quick and let me know if you're familiar with what you're looking at.
Yes, I'm familiar with these.
Okay. And you've seen digital versions of this as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are these extraction reports derived from Mr. Tellis' Google Pixel phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm also at this time going to ask for admission of stage proposed 354, which is essentially a digital equivalent of that same information.
No objection.
Okay. This time we are going to publish 354. Good. Yeah, we could just queue over. I'm going to move it over. It's okay. I got it. Here we go. Okay, opening the file, it says Tellis phone. Let's open the file. It says phone evidence campaign photo. So. Let's close this up. So this is an example of an extraction report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And let me just zoom in here for a second. So we have this thing that says path. What is that?
That's the file path that this specific artifact was located at.
All right. And when you look at that, can you tell roughly where in the phone that's coming from?
I can tell what application it was derived from.
Okay, so tell us what application it was derived from.
From Google Photos.
From Google Photos. What is it? What do you see there in that extraction pathway that tells you that?
The google.android.apps.photos.
Okay. We look over to the right, there's in that second big column, it indicates the word modified. What does that mean?
So being that this is a cached file, that's the last time that the phone interacted with that specific file.
Okay. And sometimes that can, for example, in some instances, you may have like a created on date. Would that be correct?
Correct.
So if you could tell, if the phone, the extraction could show, like, we know definitively that that phone created that particular, it might say created or something along those lines. Is that right?
You'd usually have something like created data or more metadata.
Okay. But at the end of the day, what does the word cache mean, by the way? How does that work in relation to phones?
Cache is phones use it, computers use it. It's temporary storage. When say use an application, visit a website, data, files, scripts, media, pictures can be stored in the cache to assist those applications or say a website in loading information faster so that it's not always going back to the source to download it. Tries to make the application run smoother, run faster for the user.
Okay. And so we have here, there's a couple of thumbnails over here. So those are kind of small images of that, correct?
Correct.
And we can see, this thumbnail, the re-elect Rob Tellis, what is the date that it was modified or last modification date on there?
That'd be April 5th of 2022.
Okay, and this first image, when is that modified?
July 24th, 2022.
Okay. Close that out. And then there are associated in this folder, we have a full image, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to generate an extraction report regarding items searched items within Mr. Tellis's phone?
Sorry, could you say that once more?
Was there an extraction report generated for searched items, certain searched items within Mr. Tellis's phone?
Yes.
Okay. What does the searched items category mean in relation to Celebrate?
So in this instance, it was using the Google Chrome app, and it was something that would have been searched on there.
So you would kind of type those words into your phone, and then it would spit out potentially a result or create a record. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So when we look at this one, how many times was this tagged?
There's 25 tags.
Okay. And so when we look at what is the timestamp of the first one?
6:43:54 p.m. on
go ahead.
On June 21st, 2022.
So you tricked me. You went time first, and I was kind of thrown off there. I wanted the date more importantly, but thank you very much. So on 6/21/22, someone typed into the phone, what's this category that says value? Why is that? What does that mean?
That's the value that was typed in.
Okay. And then when we look at sources, again, is this kind of like the pathway?
Yes.
And where is it telling you these words, Jeff Garriman, Las Vegas? Where is that popping up in this particular phone?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
Well, is this a pathway here? Is it telling you what application was being used when those words were typed?
Yes, the source is telling you what application was in use.
So what is the application?
That'd be Chrome.
Chrome. What is Chrome?
Chrome is a web browser.
Okay, is that like Safari if you have an Apple?
Yes.
Okay. So just scrolling down, are we seeing the same term being used, same terms being used?
That is correct.
Does it appear that all of these dates are June 21st of 2022?
It does.
Looking at entry number 17, what's the value in terms being used now?
In value, it's Jeff Garriman, Las Vegas with Rob 4 in V in parentheses.
Okay.
Sorry, quotations.
Was there an extraction report regarding web history?
Yes.
What is web history in terms of this program?
Web history of this program can look again at the browsers you're using and what exactly you're doing with that browser, what websites you're visiting.
Okay, so you can kind of see, again, someone may type in terms and you can see if they're visiting a particular website. Is that
Yes.
correct? How many tags are there here?
18.
Okay. What was the title? What were the words being typed into Google search?
Jeff Garriman, Las Vegas.
And what was the date?
6/21/22.
At what time?
6:43:54 p.m.
Does this appear to parallel the first entry under the searched items as well?
It does.
And can that happen? You can type, the program can pick up when you're typing in and consider it a searched item, but if it shows up in your web browser, it might also be captured under web history.
Yes, multiple artifacts can be found in multiple places.
Okay. And these are examples of all the time that those terms were searched. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, another area is photographs. We talked about photographs briefly. Were there a series of extractions brought up regarding images found on a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Detective, are you familiar with the date in which Jeff Gehrman passed away?
I do not recall the specific date.
Okay. If I told you September 2nd of 2022, you wouldn't have a reason to disagree. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Now, I want to take a look at this extraction report. How many tags are there?
3.
Okay. And what is the pathway related to these images?
Again, it's from the google.android.apps.photos.
Okay. And so it's coming from like a photo library?
From Google Photos.
Okay. And a Google Photos in his phone?
It could be in his phone, could be in the cloud.
So that's when we take pictures and then it kind of flows up into the cloud and it's stored up there.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. So what is the modified date on this image here?
8/19/2022 at 1:42:15 p.m.
Okay. How about the second entry? What is the modified date there?
8/19/2022 12:23:30 p.m.
Okay. And the third one?
8/19/2022 1:42:15 p.m.
Okay. And you mentioned that these also capture the actual images themselves. Is that right? When we do these reports?
Yes.
Publishing the first file. What color is that shoe on the right?
It appears to be gray.
Okay. What brand does it appear to be?
Nike?
Sir, when we look at the sole of the shoe, is it purely white or does it appear to have a design somewhere in the middle here?
Appears there's a design.
What sort of design does it look like?
4 black squares.
Okay. And this image was found inside Mr. Tellis's phone.
Yes.
And the modified date on that was August 19th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay, so roughly, do my math correctly, 13 days before Mr. Gehrman's murder, 12 days if my math is off.
Sounds correct.
Okay. And then this image appears 3 different times.
That's correct.
One second. Was an extraction report produced using the term Alfred camera?
Yes.
Publishing that file. How many, what is timeline?
Timeline is just giving you a reference of how many different columns there are, basically, how many you've extracted or tagged.
And in Celebrite, if there's a timeline, does it kind of put events that occur in the phone in chronological order?
It does.
Okay. So there appears to be what? How many things pulled from the timeline?
7.
Okay. And there's a column here that says type, correct?
Yes.
And so it kind of tells you what type of data entry point is inside the phone. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so let's read out entry number 1. What is the type?
Installed applications.
So what does that mean?
Be when you downloaded an application from an app store.
Can you please tell me the date that this application was installed?
9/5/2022 at 12:03:53 a.m.
And if you could just help us, there's this parent parentheses that says UTC -7. What does that mean?
UTC is a time code. So right now we're in -7 during daylight savings time.
Okay, so we're talking time zones, is that right?
Yeah, universal coordinated time, and then every time zone goes off of that.
And we're Pacific, correct?
Yes.
And so to get to Pacific, you'd have to subtract 7 hours?
Yes.
And is that what the program is indicating, that this has been converted to Pacific time?
Yes.
All right. if you could, so it says timestamp, it reads that date. Read what it says right here.
Purchase date,
Okay, and then what's the description of what application was purchased?
the Alfred Camera Home Security app.
Okay, so this application was installed by someone 3 days after Mr. Gehrman was killed.
Correct.
All right, let's go to the next entry. What is entry number 2 about?
Web history,
All right, and give us the date and time.
9/5/2022, 12:10:46 a.m.
So because this is timeline, it's kind of merging different sources of information, correct?
Yes.
Like before we had a report that just looked at web history, but timeline can pull from different spaces, right?
Correct.
So for example, if there was an image that might relate to this, it would also migrate into this report. Would that be correct?
That's possible.
All right. So if you could, it's indicate, what's the term that's being used right there?
It's the last visited time.
What does that mean?
When somebody last visited that website.
All right. So at 12:10 a.m., what is the user of this phone visiting?
The Alfred Web Viewer PC is home security monitor using Google Chrome.
Okay. And we find, is there a second entry mirroring all of that same information?
Yes.
Look at entry number 4. How about then?
Same information.
But is the date a little bit different?
The time is different, yes.
Okay. We have other similar entries. Is that correct on the 5th?
That is correct.
Okay. Was there information, an extraction report also, apologize. Was there also an extraction report derived from images that appeared to come from Google Maps?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's first pull up the extraction report. How many images relating to Google Map images were tagged for this report?
132.
So that signifies that there was 132 images found on his phone related to this particular topic?
That were tagged, yes.
Okay. Let's start scrolling through some of this. For example, with this first one here, can you tell us when you look at the pathway, where are these images coming from?
From the Google Maps app.
So they're coming from the Google Maps app?
Yes.
All right. What's the modification date on this?
Again, that would be the last time that that application interacted with that specific artifact.
Please read out the date for entry number 1.
8/12/2022, 9:55:24 p.m.
Okay. Let's look at this second one. What is there? It's off by a couple of different seconds, correct?
Yes.
But all the information remains the same?
Yes.
Does 8/12/22 appear to be the same date for these items?
It does.
Let's just
I can't do that.
all the way down to the end, all from 8/12. Is that correct?
Make me nauseated real quick.
So let's open up a folder that says 7216 Bronze Circle. You recognize what you're looking at here?
A home?
It's a home. Is it in a certain type of web program?
This would be in Google Street View, yes, so Google Maps.
Okay. And so at this particular home, this is kind of an angle. This would be if someone was in Google Maps and pulled up a street view of 7216 Bronze Circle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it just another angle of
Yes.
that same home?
Yes.
Let's start getting to the actual images. So this is one of the images that was found inside Mr. Tellis's phone. Does this correspond to one of the thumbnails?
Yes.
How about this one?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Pulling up 7212 Bronze Circle. What are we looking at in this image?
Another street view of a house.
Okay. Is this image pulled out of Mr. Tellis's phone?
Yes.
And again, the dates on these were August 12th of 2022.
Yes.
So that's roughly, math is usually terrible, about 20 days before Mr. Gehrman is killed. It's September 2nd. Am I doing that math right? I feel like I am.
Sounds close.
Sounds close? Okay. In this photograph, what does that appear to be? Right above the street address on the house?
Appears to be a solar powered security camera.
And that was inside Mr. Tellis's phone.
The image, yes.
Are these images that came out of this extraction?
Yes. 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 Yes.
What are we looking at here? This is another street view.
It is.
Of this street called Bronze Circle.
It is.
Are these following images that were pulled out of Mr. Tellis's phone?
They are.
And there's a series of folders here that identify different houses on this street. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay. But ultimately, when you put them all together, it totals. How many does it total again? Based on this?
132.
With a date of August 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Was there also images, an extraction report created regarding what appeared to be, I apologize, I need to move this over, what appeared to be almost like surveillance?
There was.
Publishing that report. How many tags are related here?
101.
If you could, please tell me the pathway where these images come from.
The google.android.apps.photos cache.
So it's coming from, again, the photo application inside Mr. Tellis's phone?
That or a Google Photo Cloud, one of.
Okay, or it was up in the cloud associated, but that phone, that particular phone belonging to Mr. Tellis is associated with that cloud, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What's the modification date on this?
8/15/2022, 10:24:07 a.m.
So 3 days after the 132 images found of Bronze Circle.
That's correct.
And this is a rough look of what all of these images look like, correct?
Correct.
What appears to be captured in these photographs?
Vehicles driving down a street.
And they all appear to be from 8/15 of 2022, correct?
They do.
So a total of 101, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, we don't have all 101, but I want to ask you, do these appear to be some of the images that appear inside this phone related to this extraction report?
They do.
Was there also an extraction report created relating to images that appeared to have information related to Jeffrey Gehrman?
There was.
How many tags were there?
7.
Why don't you tell us again about the pathway? Where did these images come from?
From the Google Photos app.
So the same application that had kind of like this, the pictures of the cars driving by, same place.
Yes.
In the same place where all the bronze circle pictures are taken, correct?
Yes.
Okay, those came from the 12th and the 15th. Tell us about this date. When do these images, when are these at least show up as being modified?
8/23/2022.
Okay, so just a couple of days later, correct?
Correct.
And every one of these 7 images is from that date, correct?
Correct.
If you could, please read me the name that is under registrants.
Jeffrey M. Gehrman.
Okay. I'd like to go 2 notches down. Please read the registrant and the address.
Jeffrey M. Gehrman, 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128, I believe.
Okay. Can you tell me what is this? Read the top line up here. What does that say?
2021 Honda Civic Sport.
It provides a VIN number as well. Is that right?
It does.
Okay. It provides the body style. Is that right?
It does.
And when we look at this, can you look at the bottom and read the words of what that says right there?
Dell.
Okay. You're familiar with computers, correct?
Correct.
Does that appear to be a monitor?
It does.
A monitor that might be sitting on a desk, potentially?
Potentially.
Okay. This came out of Mr. Tellis's phone.
Yes.
And the date of the modification on this is August 23rd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that would be roughly 8 or 9 days. I just can't remember if August has 31 days. I feel like August has 31 days. And if that's the case, then that would be 9 days before Mr. Gehrman was killed.
Correct.
Okay. So this image comes out of Mr. Tellis's phone. 31 days. I look at that now. It's good. Okay. Did this image come out of Mr. Tellis's phone?
It did.
Please, what are the names that we keep seeing appearing in here?
Jeffrey M. Gehrman.
Okay, and it's listing what? What's it kind of showing? Different what?
Different cars.
Okay. Again, do we see the Dell thing again?
Yes.
Okay. Next image, is this another angle of it? Another angle of like another image?
Yes.
Okay, it appears to come from a monitor, from a computer.
Yes.
Is it more information about Gehrman and Hondas?
It is.
I guess there's another one down here, 2003 what?
2003 Volkswagen Passat GL.
Right. What are we looking at here? This is another image that came from the phone.
It is.
And again, it has similar information that we saw from one of the other images.
Correct.
Again, this comes out of Mr. Tellis's phone.
It does.
And let's look at this one. What's this say up here?
Jeffrey M. Gehrman.
Okay, does it provide a date of birth for Mr. Gehrman?
It does.
What is the date of birth, Mr. Gehrman?
8/23/1953, 69 years old.
All right. Does it also provide a bronze circle address as well for Mr. Gehrman?
It does.
So the date on that is 8/23. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now you mentioned that you also did a download of Mr. Tellis's work computer, correct?
Correct.
A computer that was found in his office. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you produce a series of reports similar to an extraction report in relation to that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to open up the first file here that's entitled Chrome Autofill 07216 Bronze. Is this kind of the cover page for your report, sir?
For a PDF report, yes.
Okay. So this indicates Chrome Autofill Record 1. Is that right?
That's correct.
Tell me what's the significance of the category name?
When something's typed in, such as an address into Google, it might think you want to store that as an autofill to make it easier to populate when you're typing something in the future.
What's the date on that?
That is 8/23/2022 at 6:05:40 p.m.
Okay. So that's the same date that we had those that we looked at before, right?
Yes.
So the ones that had like the car registration information that appear to be on a monitor, computer monitor, we've got the same, at least the same date as those images, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please read to me what value was entered in at that point?
7216 bronze.
That's the same street associated with Mr. Gehrman on those images from 8/23, is that right?
That's correct.
Is that the same street name as all of those Google mapped images that we saw?
Correct.
Let's open the file. It says Chrome logins, RE Tellis. Now, read to me username. What's it say?
The username is rtellis at Clark County.
Okay, what's the created date and time on that?
8/23/2022 at 6:04:56 p.m.
All right. And what is IDI core? Do you know what that is?
I do not know
Okay.
what IDI core is.
But essentially, just to be clear, the last thing that we looked at also tied into IDI core, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so all this comes from the IDI core program, right?
Correct.
And whoever punched in their username put in rtellis at Clark County?
Yes.
Okay, on 8/23/2022.
Yes.
Now I'm opening a file that says Chrome Web History Expanded Person Search. Can you tell me what's the date and time on this one?
8/23/2022, 6:05:41 p.m.
And read to me the URL or the website that was being visited.
It's www.idicore.com/search/expanded person search.
And there's a visit count. How many times is that visited?
7.
And again, this is all from the same date as we saw those other images that appear to come from a desktop monitor.
Correct.
Court's indulgent. I have no further questions for this witness.
Afternoon.
In reference to the report that you generated, which is States Exhibit 354, we'll start with the questions concerning the extractions in reference to the cell phone. You call that line of questioning. There are a number of times that you were asked by the state the cell phone, and you pretty much every time responded the iCloud, correct? These images that you can testify to were derived or extracted from the iCloud.
No, iCloud would be for an Apple phone. This was a Google phone.
Okay,
So
so it
just
would be
the
a cloud, the
yes.
cloud, Google Cloud. I mean,
Yes.
are you aware of how many devices, communication devices had access to this cloud?
I'm not.
So it could be 1, it could be 20. You're not able to give an opinion or testimony in reference to the number of cell phones, correct?
With access to that cloud account, no.
You have had experience in your employee dealing with clouds that are hacked?
Personally, no.
Personally, but you've been, but you're aware of investigations wherein a person's cloud is hacked?
Yes.
In fact, we hear about it, don't we? Oftentimes, oh, my cloud was hacked.
We do.
You were not called upon to conduct an investigation concerning the hacking of this cloud, correct?
No.
You were asked questions concerning an application in reference to security cameras. You remember that line of questioning?
Correct.
And it appeared that there was an app downloaded, whether to the phone. Can you testify concerning that? Was that downloaded to the phone or to the cloud?
It was downloaded to the phone.
So we're able to pinpoint the security application being downloaded to that phone, correct?
Correct.
The Pixel phone.
Correct.
And you were asked a date, and that date was on September 5th, 2022, correct?
That sounds correct.
And this app that was downloaded was concerning security cameras.
That's what it sounds like.
Fairly common. One can download a security camera app in order to monitor their security cameras.
It is.
You'll agree with me that generally people download or purchase a security camera and download an application concerning that security camera if there's a concern in reference to their security.
Yes.
You were asked questions in relation to the date that Mr. Gehrman passed, and you were told, hey, if it's September 2nd, 2022, would you have any reason to disagree with me? Call that question.
Yes.
Obviously, this case concerns the passing, the killing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that a person downloads a security app in reference to a security system in order to protect themselves and their property.
Correct.
Objection, cost speculation.
Obviously, the point being that hey, if a person's concerned about their security, someone that they may know has been killed, it would be reasonable to assume they would get a security camera and download an app in order to access that security camera from their phone.
Could be.
In reference to the Dell, the desktop, the last part of your questioning is concerning various downloads in reference to Mr. Gehrman from the office laptop. Remember that line of questioning?
The office computer, yes.
Correct. Based upon your testimony, those images were downloaded after 6 p.m., correct?
Those images were still in UTC time. The one on the screen shows right now, they haven't been converted for Pacific Standard Time yet.
After 5 o'clock?
No, that website, if you do the time conversion, would be 11:05:41 a.m. on the 23rd.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect?
Yes. Detective, there were some questions about hacking. Did you see, when you reviewed the phone, did you find any evidence that this phone download was corrupted in any way?
No.
Did anybody from Metro Homicide provide you any information to suggest that this phone had been hacked into?
No.
There was questions about it's reasonable to assume. I think the question related something along the lines of, if someone had been murdered, it might be reasonable to assume someone might download a security camera to potentially protect themselves. Do you remember being asked something like that?
I do.
Under that same line, possibly if someone actually had committed the killing, would it be reasonable to assume you might want to put security cameras up to see if people... Okay. The time that we can see up on the screen, 6:05, on 8/23/2022. When you convert that to UTC time, what does that actually come out to?
Again, it's 8/23/2022 at 11:05:41 a.m.
Showing opposing counsel, which is marked as no objection. No objection. Permission to publish 351.
Okay, it's admitted by stipulation at this
Correct,
time,
yes.
and you may publish.
Could we just cue over for 1 second? So we August 22nd fell on a what?
August 22nd fell on a Monday.
And you said the time was what time when you converted to UTC time?
I believe it was 11. Well, what I converted to Pacific Standard Time was 11:05 and was it 41 seconds?
So at 11:05 on a Monday, someone went into Mr. Tellis's work computer and started looking up things like 7216 Bronze Circle.
Correct.
No further questions for this witness.
No request.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused from your subpoena. Do you have the next witness, baby?
May we approach?
Sure.
And how are you?
I'm doing. Boy, I'm glad I don't have his job.
I don't like it. I wouldn't want his job.
Not at all. So what do you think?
He's guilty as hell.
I think you're right.
Thank you. Okay, at this
I
time,
think
we're
he
gonna
forgot
recess for
that
lunch.
they
During
can-
this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits.
Hey, they're going to take a break.
Yeah, he forgot that they can get his phone and his computer, and they got people who can go in and tell you what you did, and you forgot what you did, but they can tell you what you did, even though you forgot.
Yeah, I
And you-
can't. I can't. No. I wouldn't. I'd be terrified to commit a crime in this time and age because the first thing that happens, they gonna pull your phone, GPS, and everything else, and they gonna know everything about you. When
And
and
then
where
they got to get all your
you
paperwork
come to the bathroom, they're gonna know when you went to the bathroom.
and what you did in there.
Who, what, when, where, how, and why. We are also still on that verdict watch. So, y'all, I'm going to leave this happy music going. I'm going to go
Yeah.
to the meeting room.
Go right ahead. I don't need you now.
I'll be right back. You just relax, babe.
Yeah, I'll make this screen small.
Okay, be right back. Okay, I's back. Oh my gosh. Everybody arrives. Our insurance man, our AC is still leaking. Getting a fan on me. Our AC unit is still leaking. And they came out and blew out the drain, and it was horrid. We thought it was fixed, but no, it's still leaking.
Oh, that's not good.
No. And our insurance for my car, my son's car, my daughter's car went from like 300 and something a month to $790.
Who do you have for insurance?
It's Texas Farmers Insurance. They're really good, but for something happened, and I don't know what, but we got him here fixing the problem.
Oh, well.
Now there's one.
You might want to try. Let me see if I can get these people cut down. You might want to try. Believe it or not, I have Liberty Mutual. You know, with Emu.
Yep. Well, we're looking at all of it right now. The insurance agent is here, and he's plugging numbers and things. But it just really frustrates me at my age. I'm still paying over $100 a month in insurance. Now, I was hit in a near head-on a few years ago. My car was totaled. That
I remember.
talking to Diane, and then but I've never caused an accident, and my insurance went.
Well, you also might want to try American Family. They have really good rates.
Okay. Are you there?
I'm right here.
Okay, there. My sound switched over.
Like I said, you might want to try American Family. Okay. I tell you what, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to walk into the living room because I know I can find what I'm looking for on YouTube in there, and I'll get the name of it. Right back.
Well, I'll just hold. I'll remove you from there until I see you. Okay, guys. So we are on hold. Lunch until 4:30. So that's 3:30 my time. So, guys, I'm just going to leave this up. I'm going to leave the music. I'm not that one. I'm going to go on the insurance. Right. Well, guys, I am back. I had to step away. Our insurance salesman is here, and I'm crying the blues. I am so disappointed in society right now. And the price of everything, I mean, I don't understand it. Why? I was hoping to get some of our, let's settle. Get some of our insurance on the car insurance lowered a little bit, but a little bit you're saving, you're losing a ton. Y'all, insurance is insane right now. I'm sorry I've lost so many people right now, but I appreciate those who've stayed on. Odds Fish, how are you? And Miss Squeegee, or Squeegee, Miss. That said, oh, y'all, it's interesting. I have, if any parent that has any child under 25 on their insurance, you might as well sell a kidney for 1 month. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. And then we have the air conditioning guy here. I'm sorry about all the me having to step away. But hopefully, Matt, what's the insurance? I mean, so I know, right? Hi, K Swan. How are you doing, love? Somebody asked what's geocacher. It's an adult treasure hunt, meaning we hide containers, usually Rubbermaid, that Tupperware Rubbermaid containers or whatever you want to call them, with goodies in the middle of nowhere or in the city. Hi, yes. I got a customer. I'll be right back. apologize. Our air conditioner went out. So we have the AC guy here. Yeah. Our insurance is renewing. Our insurance guy, then customer. So we had a hot minute, but thank you so much for joining in and waiting. I guess this took the place of soap operas. Okay, I've missed some of the conversation. Oh, sorry, guys. Y'all have just been entertaining yourselves. Well, thank you so much. So, they will be back in about 25 to 30 minutes. We are still on verdict watch. Let me make sure that we're not paused. We are still playing. So we're still on verdict watch on the Finnegan case. I mean, Finnegan case. I had to take a breath. Have to take a breath. Okay. So, whose is all on with me? Everybody has these issues. This is nothing uncommon. It's life. But everything just kind of hit today at one time. Oh, we were talking about Boone being a game show? And we can call it Boone bagging? Oh, the fish. Yeah. Boone bag. I know I can't get my hands on an inmate bag, but I'm going to try and find a bag that's similar, and I'm going to have Boone bag put on it. And for those who don't know, we're talking about Sarah Boone and all her bags and issues and everything that she's dealing with. It has been absolutely crazy. Who was on Nickelodeon? Do you know who else has gone crazy? Gypsy Rose has gone bat crazy. And I knew that was going to happen. I saw that writing on the freaking wall. She married this guy when she was in prison, I think. Gets out. They're going through a divorce. She's gotten back together with a previous guy. She's pregnant. Oh, Boone was in the 90s. Got you. Sorry, wrong Boone. I thought you were talking about the other Boone. Yeah, she was also a nut. Yep. But that poor girl, lay down. That girl was made that way by her mother. I blame her mother and everybody else around her. I really do. I blame all them. But at some point in our lives, we have the choice to say, okay, I need to fix myself and become a good human being. Sensei, it's just the air conditioning, people. Come on, love. Come on, baby. People are coming in and out. And she thinks that she has to alert to the door. Come here. So, now go place. So now she's pregnant with a little girl. And she said she's not going to put her out there on social media. And she's with this guy and she's fighting in a divorce. And in that state, the married father has to do paternity. And we don't know who's the father. I mean, it's a hot mess. Donna Edelson was on a game show as well. Really? Which one? I want to pull that up. Oh my gosh. I want to pull that up. I need to pull that up. Let's see. I need to pull that up and get all my caps off. See if we can find Wheel of Fortune back in 1986. Are you kidding me? I was 15 years old. I want to see it. Do they have the actual game show? I want to see this woman on the game show in 1986. Uh, oh my gosh, we're gonna watch it. Do you know what's interesting is that that my I probably watched it because during that time I thank you. I'm almost 54. Oh my gosh, let me share screen in Biggin and let's watch.
I'm a domestic coordinator. A domestic coordinator? Yes, for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendy, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog. And how old is Sam? 5. 5. M. Yes, there are 2 M's. Let them come up here 5 seconds.
Probably watched that
Tonight.
We watched every single episode, y'all. We did. We didn't miss an episode. My mother was addicted to that show, let me tell you. Sensei, enough. I saw the chat that they were talking about several in-game shows. Well, thank you so much, y'all. So, huh? I'm sorry. I'm just like, really? Ugh. Pat and Vanna. I tell you, that woman has not changed much. I think she has to be the longest running game show assistant host, co-host. What? Oh my gosh, y'all. British tycoon Mike Lynch and his daughter, and she looks young, are missing in Italy, are missing at sea when British tycoon Mike Lynch and daughter among the missing at sea with one dead after the yacht sunk in Italy. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of stuff going on like that. Beautiful, beautiful people. That's horrible. We got a lot of stuff like that. Oh. Well, Phil Donahue died, as some of us know. Wheel of Fortune host Ryan Seacrest and Vanna White launch new era of game show. That'll be interesting. I have not watched that in many, 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 many years. So some people have asked me, what are my thoughts about this trial? Well, right now my thoughts are, because I'm not doing like the alternate juror thing right now. My thoughts are, doesn't look good. Yeah. We've had several famous, semi-famous people in their industries, extremely famous. One of them, I can't remember who it was. It was an actor, somebody recently flying his own little plane at home on his own above his own property, and he crashed and died. We've got a lot of interesting deceiving people lately. Oh, hey, Con, I'm back. How far are you doing? How far? What am I doing? But as far as this trial goes, I didn't know anything really about it. But with the evidence on the cell phone with him, basically what they call, welcome back, sneaky side, what they call casing the joint. I think with the way he was casing the joint, there is no room for me as far as possible guilt at this point. But we have to hear the defense side. We have to see everybody's side. Right now, we're going to be starting back when we come back with witness number 28. So yay. Uh, you're back. We're all doing great, Miss Nikki. Hope you are doing well. Your sweetheart. Um, so I am at the point right now. Yeah, I wish all that didn't happen because my rib is screaming. I think he did it. I mean, it's like the Sarah Boone case. There's too much evidence at this point. The only thing I'm questioning is where did the yellow, what I call construction shirt that he had on, or jacket that he had on, it looked like a pullover shirt. Where did that go? They haven't found that in evidence. I haven't heard anything in evidence about it. Do we know where it went? And Miss Sneaky Side, how is my sound? My levels look low, but it may be good to y'all. Oh, good. Yeah, I know. Their storm rolled out. That's awesome. That is awesome. Awesome. I need to get a hold of them and see if they can add closed captioning. I don't know if they can. Most people don't realize when you go to your search on your computer and you go live caption, you can get live captioning. That's what I use. Yeah, exactly. Well, as long as it sounds good now. I just didn't want to be too loud. That was a concern. So, ugh, sorry, my rib is hurting. Yeah, we don't want to go there. So somebody move. We got 2 trials that are paused. I mean, we have this one. We have this one. It's frustrating. Oh, who's coming in? What are you looking at? Sorry, guys. I have a camera. I can see the front of the shop. Oh, well, thank you for lurking. I have taken pain reliever. I have taken a good strong pain reliever. I've taken a muscle relaxer. I am on prednisone, and it feels like when I move, like I'm getting stabbed in the liver. Yeah, that's what it feels like. I had my gallbladder surgery, and they left a little clamp in like they're supposed to, a surgical clamp, and it was rubbing my liver in that very exact same pain. Your liver is a very unhappy organ. It doesn't like to be touched by anything that it's not being touched by already. And so, but I'm not saying it is my liver. I'm just giving you the description of the pain. So, I'm hoping it will deflate. The pain will decrease. But it just last night was so bad. I almost passed out. Turning on CC. Thank you, because I do have deaf people who really rely on closed captioning, and they don't really know sign language. So if you can have CC, that'll be great. 3 days. It's built last night. It would come and go. If I just turned the wrong way, it felt like I thought at first it just may be a rib out of joint, because you know how sometimes you can move the wrong way and that cartilage and muscle between the ribs can get pinched or whatever. So I've got to call into the doctor, and I'm going to try and get into the chiropractor tomorrow. I will not be on personally tomorrow. I will have this up and running tomorrow, and I will be, yes, I'm trying to get in tomorrow. And I'm going to do my first ever absent live. So I'll have a little thumbnail up with my picture. I'll have it scrolling on the bottom, and I will pop in and out via my cell phone in my car. So we'll get it. But I will be listening and paying attention. Okay. So I'm not going to be totally gone, but I'm not going to be in the studio. So this will be interesting. And I can't wait to talk to Braxton tonight. Yeah, I have a pillow, a really nice, small, firm, round pillow that's kind of supporting me right now. So it feels good. It feels good to have it. So, but I got something going on, and Miss Kevin, I can't wait to visit with her. Um, got some possibilities happening. I'm excited. Very excited. Um, oh my gosh. So sorry. Um, had a that what we ate early was our brunch, and that was really good. That was new for us. So, how's your shopping trip going? How is your shopping going? Um, I am hankering for shepherd's pie, y'all. I I know my daughter and then my mother was going to go eat at Cheesecake Factory. They have a good shepherd's pie at the Cheesecake Factory, so I'm looking. I might go get one of those tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't know, can you look up above this defendant's head and this image, and you see a little IMHO? What do you think about that? Let me change the background and stuff so you can see it better. Put it on something light and take him off. Can you see that? What do y'all think about that? Are you liking it? What do you think about the psychedelic background? What do you think about that? Is that too much? I love it. I know it's a little crazy. I know it's a little much. Really yum. Ah, shepherd's pie, y'all. You've never had a good shepherd's pie. That's my favorite. That and pot pies are some of my favorite go-tos when I am um, in the winter when I want comfort food. However, I'm trying to figure out how to take the crust out of the pot pie. Has anybody tried the cottage cheese, baking it in the oven and making the bread? It's kind of like a cottage cheese bread. I want to try it. I love cottage cheese, but I'm a little bit chicken. I'm a little bit chicken. Oh, let's see what else is on the update on the news front. Oh, my son is having a good time playing the game. I can feel and I can see him chattering. Oh. Nope, nothing new on the news front. So there we go. Well, what you get is you get parchment paper, and then some people blend it, and some people leave it a little the way it is, and some people mix it with yogurt. Some people mix it with all kinds of things. But basically, you take a cup of yogurt, maybe an egg, and you mix it together, and then you put your cheese or your not that bagel or whatever that stuff on it, and then you put it in the oven and you cook it for like 325. I think I have to look at the recipes, and then you use that as you would a tortilla. Um, I yeah, I'd like to do that. Some people are taking their chicken and pulverizing it and putting it in with the cottage cheese. I've never tried the cottage cheese queso and the cottage cheese chips. I like avocado, but I can't have queso. I can't have guacamole, hot sauces, and stuff because they always put citrus, and I'm deadly allergic to lemons and limes and oranges and grapefruit. But I will do that. I'll get me some avocados tonight and make some because that would be cool. I've not been eating healthy I'm healthier than I used to be, but I need to get back to my proper eating. So I am going to start meal prepping a little bit. It's hard when you're sitting here all day doing this and eating healthy. It's easier just to grab that hamburger and french fries, which is not a bad idea, but not every day. So, or eat microwave things. And so I'm going to start using Sundays, to meal prep. And I really want to try that cottage. I love cottage cheese. I can eat a whole thing of cottage cheese. I love it with tomatoes and pineapples and anything. I'm not fabulous. I'm fabulous. That's fabulous. Yes, I spelt it that way on purpose. But y'all, I want to be around to see grandbabies. I would love to meet Miss Kevin and meet her children. They are an awesome family. She's an awesome mom. I'm wowed by her. Cottage cheese and peaches. What else could we do? What else do you do with cottage cheese? I make a salad and I'll put a half a cup of cottage cheese on my salad and I don't like dry salads, if you know what I mean. So to cut back on the dressing, I will I'll use the cottage cheese to cut back on the dressing. Hey guys, is this background bothering y'all? The way it moves? Does that bother y'all? I haven't had very many opinions on the background. I also have this background moves a little bit with my logo in the background. And then this one when it gets real smoky. This one when we're in code red. Let me remove him. I need to add sound to it. But this one, who in the heck is this? Oh, yeah. So let me go back to comments. Let me get the background. You like it? It's fun. It's a little psychedelic, don't you think? Let's see. Grizzly Climb. Again. I am loving Recovery Addicts thumbnails. I love his thumbnails. I considered doing something like it, but I don't want to copy him. Jello, pineapple, cottage cheese, pineapple, and Jello mixed together. So when you mix the Jello packets, do you add the water and set the Jello? You're making the Jello salad, is what you're doing. Say, I like the second one with purple, in my humble opinion. Yeah, it is. It is. I have two versions. I have. Let me get to it. I have this version that is without the IMHO. I didn't want the IMHO to be super strong. I have it here where it's like that. And I have it softer here. I just wasn't sure if it was too busy like that. Wasn't sure if it was too busy. see. Yeah. Yeah. You're making me hungry now, y'all. I have cottage cheese in there. I may go get me some in a minute. But I really want to get off of the potatoes, the French fries. That I've never met a potato I did not love. I have not met a potato. I don't care how you slice it, dice it, cook it, bake it, boil it, fry it, dip it, whatever. I've not met one I didn't love. So that's one of my biggest things. And so if I can find something that I can make that's crispy, like chip, and I'm not a big potato chip eater if they're not here. And I was telling my nutritionist, I said, what's hard um, for me, if it's not in the house, I don't beg it. Uh, okay, so let me explain when I'll use some of these. Okay, um, I will, and then I have just this one which I've used. I will use the code red when we have a muckery about, and that's when I'll use that. I won't use this one in the background, and this one I won't use very often. They have to be earned. And then I have this one. I love this one. I really do, because it goes so great with my background. See, it just blends well with the background, and so does that, I guess. But for me, I just wanted some options. So when something is going on and we need to get someone's attention, yes, sir. Hold on a minute. Oh, sorry, my son had to talk business for a moment. But I think what I'm going to do, tater tots done well, I like. Mushy tater tots, not so much. Now, who, if you watch The Voice, you know this. What famous singer loves Sonic and tater tots? They call the person a tater tot queen. I like tater tots as long as they're crispy on the outside, not mushy and greasy. Crispy on the outside. My favorite fries are from Freddy's, partially because I have an emotional connection to them. My favorite is the shoestring potato or fries, because my daddy and I used to sneak off against my mama's will. You need to go potty. I got to give a potty break. And we used to sneak away and get those, and it used to piss off my mother. And well, she got over it, but it was a great memory for my dad. Let me potty, little girl. And again, before we get back into trial, let me go potty her, okay? I'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. Well, the AC people are going to have to come back. Oh, no sound yet? No. So the AC people are going to have to come back, and they left this 4x5 sheet of insulation on the ground out back, exactly where the dog does her relieving. And unfortunately, it was a sweet memory, y'all. It was a really sweet memory. So, and I just, hold on.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Justine, Justine. My last name is Gaddis, Gatus.
May I proceed? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you employed?
I am a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you worked for Metro total?
Total 17 years, and I've been a detective for 12. I've been in the homicide section for 6.
Okay, so you were working in the homicide section on September the 3rd of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the members of the jury how it is that homicide assignments for particular cases come about? Like, what is the rotation?
And that's exactly what it is. It's literally a rotation. We have 4 squads. There's 6 people on each squad, and it just goes through basically 12 different teams as the days go by. It's just whoever catches the next case.
So there's no way of knowing ahead of time when you're going to catch a particular homicide?
No, ma'am.
And it's random who's assigned to a particular case?
And it sticks in the rotation form. Yeah.
Okay. So you had no way to pre-assign yourself to the investigation of Jeffrey Gehrman?
That's correct.
You just happened to be the team that was up on the 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got that case, can you describe for the members of the jury how it is that detectives in homicide are notified to respond to a particular location?
So we get phone calls or texts, actually pretty regularly. But that day in particular, it was I think probably just a text message. They send us an address and an event number, and that's it.
It is
we show up at the address, and then we get a briefing from the patrol officers, and they give us a general background of what they have so far with their preliminary investigation.
Okay, and so on the 3rd, you would have responded to Bronze Circle,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's 7216 Bronze Circle.
See, I can. No, I
I'm
can't.
putting on the
I should be able to move.
overhead what's been admitted, states exhibit.
Perfect. Thank you for the captioning. And I don't know if you can do it all the time, but that would be fabulous.
Does that appear to be the location that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond by yourself, or did other detectives come with you?
No, my team. We all go together as a team.
Okay, and the team would include like a lieutenant, a sergeant, and
that is correct.
And
if there's 6 detectives that are available, all 6 of us go. Sometimes people are off or on vacation, but then our chain of command, so our sergeant and then our lieutenant.
Okay, and when you first get there, I think you mentioned that you're briefed by patrol detectives. Is that correct?
Yes, on this one it was patrol detectives who briefed us.
Okay, and then after you get a briefing, what do the homicide detectives do after that?
We pretty much assign jobs out. Being the lead case agent, we know our responsibilities, and that's basically to document the scene along with the crime scene analyst. The rest of the members of the team will have them go look for video surveillance, go try to find witnesses, just knock doors and see who can find to talk to.
Okay, so you were the primary.
Yes, ma'am.
So that meant you stayed at the scene with the crime scene analyst.
Yes.
When you walk, I assume at some point you walked the scene.
Correct.
And did you go inside the house as well?
Yes, ma'am.
When you did sort of perimeter view of that scene, did you see any signs of forced entry or anything that caused you concern that the inside of that house might have been compromised?
No.
The scene's primarily on the left side of the house on the side yard?
The west side, yes.
Okay. When you went to the scene, I assume it was roped off by patrol officers?
Crime scene tape was up, yes.
Prior to your arrival?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm going to put on the overhead now, States Exhibit 10. You recognize that photo, I assume?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Mr. Gehrman?
That's correct.
as he appeared at the scene when you get there on the 3rd?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you arrived at the homicide scene, were you familiar with who he was?
No.
Okay, did at some point in the investigation you learned that, oh, he's a local reporter and kind of well known?
Yep, that day, actually, one of the neighbors told somebody on our squad or somebody in the patrol section that he was a reporter for the RJ, so we did know that day.
Okay. And when you observed Mr. Gehrman at the scene itself, did you take note of items of property that were on his person?
Yes, I did.
And what did you take? What was on him?
He still had his car keys, he had money, he had his phone. There was, most valuable things that people generally keep with them he had.
Okay. And I'm putting on the overhead States 41. Does that appear to be the keys?
Yes, ma'am.
And his car was where at the scene?
It was in the garage.
Okay. And this is States 43. Can you tell what that is there?
I think, is that part of the wallet?
Yeah. And this is a better photo, States 46.
Yes.
And his wallet had cash in it?
Yes, it did.
And then I think you said he also had his phone on him as well?
Correct.
And this is States 40.
Yes, ma'am.
So all of his valuables are on his person, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
When you took note of him though, I assume you're not touching the body and you're wearing gloves and that whole thing?
Right. We don't touch the body at all until the coroner investigators, that's their job.
Okay. But did you note, or could you see that there were sharp force injuries or some type of injuries on his person?
Yes.
And that was probably readily apparent at the scene?
Yes.
I think you described that you don't touch the body until coroner investigators come to the scene as well.
Correct.
And they arrive because they have kind of concurrent jurisdiction with homicide detectives over an individual who has been murdered. Is that true?
Over any person, anybody that has died, the coroner investigators, they basically have jurisdiction over the body.
Okay,
we
so
have the scene, but they have the human.
And so when they before homicide could move a body, the coroner's investigators have to arrive as well, and everybody has to kind of assess the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, though, obviously, an individual who's deceased is removed from the scene. Is
What
that
was it?
correct?
Ouija.
May I push it, Ms. Sherman? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as states for proposed 352. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a photo of the scene once Mr. Gehrman's body has been removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
State willing to admit 352.
No objection.
Sinsecum?
May I publish it, Your Honor? Thank you. I'm going to publish what's been admitted as states 352. Can you, I think there's a mouse in front of you. Can you just, it's probably obvious, but circle for the jury where it was that Mr. Gehrman's body was laying?
Well, so he was actually laying all the way across like this, but his upper torso area was over here where that dark staining is, which was blood.
And that was blood?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, well, you stay at the scene with the crime scene analysts. Are other detectives, I think you said, go and look for video in the area?
That is correct.
After you clear the scene and some video has been collected, does yourself and other detectives compile some information to be put out by Metro in a sort of a public information forum?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall what date it was that those images were released to the public?
The first date was Monday, the 5th of September, 2022. And then we did an additional press release the following day, which would have been, I think it was Tuesday, the 6th.
Okay, and those would have included images of the suspect and also the suspect vehicle?
Correct.
Switch me over. And I'm going to show you a video. This has been admitted as states 338. Yes.
First of all, this woman behind the defendant, right under the IMHO, she's got her phone in her hand, waving it around. You're not supposed to have a phone out in court. What? Just saying. She's texting. Look, you can see through the chairs. She's texting. Interesting.
And do those appear to be the images, or at least some of the images that were used by Metro in conjunction with leasing information about the crime?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, after that was released, do yourself and other detectives get tips from the public, people saying who this might be?
Yes, we did. We received emails, phone calls. There was Crime Stopper tips that came in. We did receive many tips.
And did some of the tips suggest to you that you should consider Robert Tellis as a suspect?
That is correct.
I got your voice on.
You got my voice on. I want to thank everyone who buys me coffee. It is so very, very, very much appreciated. You have no idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Every person, thank you.
You guys, she does this for free for us. And I know what it costs to do this. And today, if you can, reach out and bless her. I have it running across the screen. This is not easy. It's exhausting and very, very tiring.
Oh, yeah.
What are you doing? And so I just want to say thank you so very much for supporting her. Okay, back to trial.
Correct.
After you get his name as a potential suspect, do you do some research with regard to his relationship to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
And what do you find out, or what do you discover?
I found several articles that Jeffrey Gehrman wrote about Rob Tejas. They weren't flattering.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Thank you. Having shown defense counsel what's been marked as state's proposed 353, 353A, 353B, 353C, 353D, 353E, and 353F. Do you recognize all those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they depict some of the articles and social media commentary between Robert Tellis and Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes, they are.
State moves to admit 353A through F.
And outside of what was previously addressed, we have no opposition.
Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 353. Does that appear to be one of the articles that was written about Mr. Tellis by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was on May the 26th of 2022?
Correct.
Can you just read us the headline?
In a rare move, consultant hired to resolve turmoil in county office.
And I'm now going to put on the overhead states 353A. Appear to be another article.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on that one?
It's May 16th, 2022.
And what's the headline on that one?
County office in turmoil with secret video and claims of bullying and hostility.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states 353B.
That one's dated June 18th, 2022, and it's titled Embattled County Official Losing Re-Election Bid Posts Angry Letter.
Oh.
And this is states 353C.
And the same another article written by Jeff Gehrman dated June 22nd, 2022. Embattled County Official Concedes Race Remains Combative.
Now, I think you said in a couple of questions ago, there were also social media posts that you discovered in your investigation?
Yes, there were.
I'm putting on the overhead states 353D. Do these appear to be posts by Mr. Tellis?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And it looks like this one at the top here is dated 6/18/22.
Correct.
Can you read it?
Wife hears rustling in the trash. Her, honey, is there a wild animal in the trash? Me, no dear, looks like it's at Jay Gurman, RJ, going through our trash for his fourth story on me. Oh, Jeff, and a laughy emoji.
Okay. And the rest of the text, it sort of compares or suggests that I left a pizza box and a sushi container in the trash. The next thing I'm going to have like sort of criminal organization ties.
Correct.
And then the last, well, not the last one, but the second to last one on that page, I think on 6/25/22. Can you read that one?
Typical bully, can't take a pound of criticism after slinging 100 pounds of BS. Up to article number 4 now. You'd think he'd have better things to do.
And then this last one on the page, which is also on 6/18.
That one says, looking forward to lying smear piece number 4 by at Jay Gurman RJ. Hashtag one trick pony. I think he's mad that I haven't crawled into a hole and died.
Now putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 353E. Looks like some more social media posts.
Yes, ma'am.
And that one is from June the 17th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what does that one say?
It says, does the at LVRJ know that at Jay Gurman RJ may be doing double duty on their dime? Do they know that he basically made a veiled threat to take me down or take down my site? I'm sorry, with the truth after I had already lost the election.
And then there's like a screenshot, I guess, of
text messages. Yes,
messages between himself and Gurman.
that is correct.
And at least you probably, can you see all of that one, where Gurman responds?
Yes.
What does that say?
In the long response there, it says, Rob, I'm putting together another story on your office. This has to do with the letter you posted on your campaign website addressing the hostile work allegations. Employees view that as a threat of retaliation and have reported it to Human Resources. I would like to get your comments on that as well as your take on the election results so far. I would need something from you this afternoon.
Okay. And are you also aware of a letter that Mr. Tellis posted on his website, sort of answering some of the things that were alleged in those articles?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me see if I can get that. Sarah, did you already do that? Does that appear to be the letter?
Correct.
And this is for the record 338.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And that was posted on Mr. Tellis's website?
Yes, ma'am. I think it was his campaign website.
Campaign website. And I'm sorry, but can you switch it back over? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 353F. Is this a non-moving version of that letter?
That appears so, yes.
Okay. And fair to say the letter disputes several of the allegations that Mr. Gurman wrote about in his articles?
That's correct.
Now, you do research and you learn about the kind of tension between Mr. Gurman and Mr. Tellis. Do you also, in the course of the investigation, learn that of any more information about the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
And do you learn that Mr. Tellis's wife has a Yukon Maroon in the same type and model as is seen in the video and around Bronze Circle?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, at some point, is there an effort made to gather a lot of video?
Yeah, yes, there was.
And can you kind of describe what that process was that the detectives and yourself went to get that level of video?
So with this, actually, we ended up kind of employing other patrol detectives to help us because it was that extensive. Typically, we go to the last place that we know that either the image of the vehicle or the image of the person was seen, and we almost kind of like just leapfrog down the street. we'll make a game plan ahead of time, even just knowing major cross streets, if there's businesses there, businesses that we've pulled video from before. So sometimes we have like previous contacts to where we can just make phone calls. But a lot of the time it's literally walking the street, driving the street, and just leapfrogging after each other to follow whatever we're looking for, whether it's a person or a vehicle.
And in this case, quite a bit of video was gathered.
Yes, ma'am.
And did Detective Mogg sort of take control of the video essentially and start compiling it in a chronological manner?
Yes.
Now, on September the 5th, did you learn something in terms of forensic evidence that you had in this case?
We did. We learned.
And what was that?
That there was a foreign DNA detected under Jeff German's fingernails.
At that time, did you know who that foreign DNA belonged to?
No, they ran it in the systems, our local and I think state CODIS system, and it returned with negative results.
And those are databases with known DNA profiles in them?
Correct.
And so you had requested that foreign DNA be run in those databases, but there was no response or no match.
Correct.
So once you have that foreign DNA, do you draft a search warrant in order to get a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis?
I did.
And that was based on sort of the video evidence that kind of tracked a Yukon going to Mr. Gehrman's residence and then back in the area of Mr. Tellis's neighborhood.
Yes.
And as well as other facts that you had developed in the case in terms of their tense relationship and the fact that he had that kind of Yukon?
Correct.
Okay. And when you drafted that search warrant, do you recall, like, was it day, night, or when you got that signed?
That would have been in the 2 o'clock hour, in the like 0200 hours on September 6th, 2022. With investigations like this, we typically work very, very, very long hours. So I know we had been there all day and all throughout the night. Now it's about 2 o'clock in the morning when I was able to complete the search warrant and send it off to get signed.
And when you say get signed, who reviews that?
A district attorney reviews it, and then a district court judge reviews them.
And so without a judge signing off on it, you're unable to complete a search?
Correct.
The search for September 7th, was that for Mr. Tellis's house to get a DNA sample and also to collect his phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. At some point, do you learn that Mr. Tellis has been pulled over on September the 7th?
Yes, and that was the same morning. I think I misspoke a moment ago and said the 6th, but it was into the 7th.
Okay.
The
so
morning.
To be clear, the warrant signed at like 2 in the morning on the 7th?
Correct.
And then he's
Hey,
pulled
Scott.
over so to effectuate that warrant about 5 hours later.
About, yeah.
Okay. Sorry. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you it's been marked as states 214 through 216. Just tell me if you recognize those.
Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be pictures of the area where Mr. Tellis was pulled over on the morning of September the 7th?
Correct. It is.
State moves to admit 214 through 216.
No objection.
I'm putting on the overhead states 214. That appears to be the car. Is that the car that Mr. Tellis was driving that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it patrol officers that pull him over?
Correct.
Where are you when they pull him over?
Asleep.
At your house?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Do you get a notification that he's been pulled over?
Correct.
And what do you do?
I got in my car and drove out to the intersection that he was stopped at.
Okay. When you get to that intersection, do you try to make contact with Mr. Tellis?
I did.
And did you record your conversations with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to him that you had a search warrant for his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell him that you were going to go get or have someone get him a copy of the warrant so he could have it?
Correct.
At some point, do you explain to him that you'll be taking photographs of him without his clothing on and suggest that you go to a different location?
Correct. I didn't want to do that on the side of the road.
Okay. And is the location that you agree to with Mr. Tellis the Summerlin Area Command?
That is correct.
when you are going to the Summerlin Area Command, do you arrange for a crime scene analyst to come and take that buccal swab and also take photographs of Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And was that Jennifer Manning?
Correct.
You go, I assume, to Summerlin Area Command with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Ms. Manning show up, take photographs, and take a sample from him?
Yes.
Now, once you have that DNA sample, had you made any kind of arrangements for the DNA to be tested kind of immediately?
We did. We asked CSA Manning just to drive directly back to the lab to give it to the forensic scientists.
And is that unusual to have like a sample taken and DNA turned around that fast?
Oh, yes. I've never seen one come back that fast.
Okay. And that was because this is sort of a dynamic investigation. So
Absolutely.
It was needed to be a priority.
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, while you're collecting, well, you're sort of there, but the crime scene analyst is collecting the buccal swab and the clothing. Were other detectives effectuating a search warrant at Mr. Tellis's house?
Yes.
And that house is on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 217. I know you weren't doing the search warrant, but do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is Mr. Tejas' house.
Okay. Now, I'm going to just zoom in. Do you see security cameras on his house?
Yes, I do.
Could
They
you
are
circle them with your mouse?
right over here?
Okay. So those are present on the day of the search warrant, which is the 7th.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to put on the overhead what's been admitted as states 348. Back out here. And do you recognize that location?
Yeah, that's the same house.
Okay. Do you see whether or not there are security cameras there?
And there are not.
Okay. So the surveillance photos that I just had up, those were taken on September the 1st.
That last one, yes, I believe so.
Okay. After collecting samples from and clothing from Mr. Tellis, do yourself and Detective Jaffe take him back to his residence at some point?
Yes, we did later that afternoon.
Okay. Now, while you're still at Summerlin Area Command, do other detectives advise you of items that were found in the course of the search warrant?
Yes, I was getting updates throughout the day.
What sort of items were noteworthy that you recall that they found?
They called and told me that they found a pair of cut up tennis shoes that looked like what the suspect was wearing on the video that we've collected. They said that they had also located a satchel shoulder bag that looked the same as what was seen on the suspect. And there was a hat. It was a straw hat. Then they said that also had been cut up in numerous pieces as well.
So you kind of knew that at some point while you're at the Summerlin Area Command?
Yes, I did.
Now, and at some point, you and Detective Jaffe take Mr. Tellis back to his house?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's free to go back in his house?
Correct.
At the time he was free to go back in his house, did you have any DNA confirmation results yet?
No.
How long after you let him go back in his house do you think you got the
less than an hour?
Okay. At that point, is a determination made we're going to arrest him?
Correct.
When Mr. Tellis was in the house and ultimately officers go in and take custody of him and he's injured himself, are you present for any of that?
I was not.
Where were you at the time that was going on?
After I dropped him off at his home, Mr. Tejas, I took Detective Jaffe back to his vehicle, which was at Summerlin Area Command, and then I drove to Metro headquarters. With what we had found at the house that day, I was preparing arrest paperwork for Mr. Tejas, so I drove back to the office.
Breaking news. I just can't believe what I'm seeing. Breaking news. California mother of 8 was fatally shot while protecting kids from drug dealers in harrowing footage. Oh my gosh. Maria Guadalupe Ramos Velasquez, 33, of Los Angeles, was shot earlier this morning near the intersection of Hilton Street, according to Oakland, early in the day. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. A 16-year-old suspect who has not been named due to his age allegedly shot her. When the teen suspect pointed the firearm, she drove off, circled back to find her daughter lying on the ground. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. Oh, all over a vape pen. All over a marijuana vape pen. Or some kind of vape pen. A $30 vape pen.
80K. Was she circling around because her daughter was on the ground?
Oh, I just dropped it down. Let me pull it back up again. Let me read it again. Vape pen, according to local news you saw earlier. Pickup believed the occupants were selling marijuana vape pens to one of Ramos's children. The pair planned to approach the vehicle and tell them to stop coming to the house. So, her and one of her children. Oh my gosh. Ramos and her mother. So, her mother was Blanca, apparently saw the Toyota. And so, the daughter and the mother went up to the car and told them to stop selling it. At that point, a 16-year-old suspect who had not been named allegedly shot the mom, killing her. When the teen suspect pointed the firearm, she drove off but circled back for her daughter lying on the ground. So I guess her daughter was outside the vehicle. Like, do you know how their kids are outside and you drive up as a mom? And she drove around and they shot at her and her daughter went to the ground, I guess, to protect herself. I don't know the details, but y'all, this is getting insane.
The
Third
Lord is coming back.
Huh?
The Lord is coming back.
Yeah, not soon enough.
Well, I looked for the article on the closing. I couldn't find the specific one I watched, but if you go to YouTube and you just go closing ceremonies, you will find numerous articles on the closing ceremonies.
I think we'll cover that on a Saturday night.
You should.
Saturday. I will.
Okay, let's go back to court.
Oh, this is in California, y'all.
You got to try these.
Okay. Take a picture and send it to me, love.
Okay.
Back on.
Is to start my declaration of arrest.
Okay. And so, because you have to write a report or a declaration of arrest in order to effectuate an arrest?
Correct.
Okay. So at some point after he's taken into custody, you got that phone that belonged to him, that was taken from him on September the 7th as well.
We have verdict.
Please.
We got verdict. And of course, you know he's going to appeal it. Morales, come to the central Texas area, the hill country. I'm nowhere near what you're used to. Nope.
Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Bring a cow. Bring a good milk
And
cow.
ladies and gentlemen, I've got 13 counts to read here, so there's a lot. So be patient with me as we go through this. So, Mr. Finnegan, if you and your counsel stand up, please, sir.
Oh my God, that whole time?
Count one, premeditated first-degree murder of Jennifer Paxton. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of criminally negligent homicide. Verdict form for count two, first-degree felony murder of Jennifer Paxton during the perpetration of attempt to perpetrate aggravated rape. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of first-degree felony murder during the perpetration or attempt of to perpetrate for aggravated rape. Next, count three. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of first-degree felony murder during the perpetration or attempt to perpetrate aggravated kidnapping. Count four. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of attempted aggravated rape. Count five. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan not guilty of the case of aggravated rape with bodily injury to Jennifer Paxton. Count five, aggravated rape, aiding or abetting with one or more persons. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of aggravated rape. Count seven. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of aggravated kidnapping. Count eight. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping. Count nine. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan not guilty of conspiracy to commit premeditated first-degree murder. Count 10. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of conspiracy to commit aggravated rape. Count 11. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of conspiracy to commit aggravated kidnapping. We, the jury, find the defendant. Count 12. We, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of abuse of the corpse. And finally, count 13. Regarding tampering evidence, we, the jury, find the defendant Shannon Finnegan guilty of tampering with evidence. Thank you. You can have a seat, please. So,
okay,
gentlemen of the jury, that means we've still got some more.
Okay, listen. The two counts, I think he got found not guilty on pertain to the wife. So he's got 11 massive guilty counts.
More work to do, but first thing I have to do is I have to poll the jury. And so don't worry about your prior numbers. I'm just going to go down the line and refer to you by number to make sure everybody agrees with these verdicts I just read in there. Juror number one on the back row, is that your verdict, sir?
Yes.
Juror number two?
Yes.
Juror number three?
Yes.
Juror number four?
Yes.
Juror number five?
Yes.
Juror number six?
Yes.
Juror number seven?
Yes.
Juror number eight?
Yes.
Juror number nine?
Yes.
Juror number 10?
Yes.
Juror number 11?
Yes.
And juror number 12?
Yes.
All right, our plan is this.
He's
Let
up.
y'all go in just a moment. I think dinner's already there at the hotel. I want y'all to come back at 10 in the morning. The reason for that is the lawyers and I have some work to do before this other case is presented to you, or this mini trial as we've talked about. And tomorrow we'll learn about aggravators and mitigators. And then I'll give you some instructions on that, and y'all will get to work on that as well. I remember my instructions to you. I know you've done a lot of work. I know you've worked really hard back there, and I really, really appreciate that. So we can't ruin this now by y'all going and talking to each other about this individually. So please don't do that. I'll have to ask you again tomorrow morning to raise your hand and say you did, but please don't do that. You've done great so far, and I really appreciate your work, but we've still got a little bit more work to do. So I look forward to seeing y'all in the morning, and thank you for working so hard yesterday and today and reaching a verdict in this case, and we'll go from there. Okay? All right. So everybody rise, please. All rise. I'll see y'all tomorrow morning.
Follow me.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh. Something gone down. Something with the juror, I suspect. I don't know. So, uh-oh.
Probably
No.
need, Deputy, I probably need to talk,
Jimmy.
I probably need to talk to the alternates sometime after they all leave. Bring the two alternates in there. Yes. And we got them, bring them in there, and then tell me you got them, then I'll bring them in. Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Some
Have
of
a
the
seat,
jurors
please.
cannot continue to stay on the jury.
So tomorrow, if y'all can be here at 8:30, I know y'all filed like 3 motions. I've got to address and take care of those. And then obviously we'll have to do jury instructions and talk about those things as well. But if y'all will have your aggravating evidence ready tomorrow morning at 10, and then if y'all will have your mitigation evidence tomorrow, then we'll start going from there. Yes. Is there anything for the state I need to do? Okay, anything for the defense?
No.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll stand in, y'all can wait if you want to. All I'm gonna do is tell the two alternates that we've reached a verdict in regard to this part of the trial, and I'm still keeping them. They'll go back to the hotel. They can't have contact with anybody. They can't talk about the case. They'll come back, and then we'll see how we do on the mitigation stuff. Is that okay? Yes. All right, we'll stand in recess. Everyone rise, please. Court meeting adjourned until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Yes. What?
Safety alternates has to be on the record.
It's going to be. She said right here.
Just said we were in recess till tomorrow.
I just said that to me. We're fine. Okay, y'all can go. Thank you. If y'all want to stay for me, tell the alternates you can.
Let's see what they do. In the meantime, we'll go back here. I'll keep watching. Wow. I'm not surprised by that verdict at all. Not at all. And he is up for DP. Hold on. Let me get your voice on, beloved. Yes?
I said, no, not at all. Not after seeing it's all over his face. Some stuff doesn't even bother to hide.
It's so disgusting.
Not in this day and age. It doesn't even hide. It's just like, hello, I'm here.
I know. Deep breath.
Yeah, I got a cat on a box.
Okay, let's try and get this one caught up.
His phone, it
you, Blythe.
was inside the Tesla.
Okay.
That was at the traffic stop. And so we did a follow-up search warrant for that to get the phone. Yes.
So you did a follow-up warrant getting judicial authorization to go into that phone. Did you also do another search warrant on September the 8th? At an office?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. That was at the public administrator's office.
And that was the offices of where Mr. Tellis was working?
Correct.
And was a computer collected on the 8th as well?
There was several.
Now.
Good girl. Come here. Well, the families are going to get the family.
Detective, or may I put your honor? Thank you.
I don't ever say.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 355. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Is it labeled an extraction report?
It is.
And is it a report that came from a download of Mr. Tellis's phone?
Yes.
State moves to admit 355.
No objection.
And this includes messaging between Mr. Tellis and Mr. Gehrman?
Correct.
I want to move to page 4. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. The date of that message is what?
May 15th, 2022.
Okay. And so it kind of corresponds with one of the news articles? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what does it say?
It says that I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions, still you wrote an article that makes it sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced.
And then there's another message here in the middle.
He says, I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And then there's one towards the bottom.
Yeah, and it's still the same day, May 15th, 2022. It says, I've done so much for that office. I told you that I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't. However, clearly she was. It seems to me that you valued sensationalism or the value of a.
Okay, guys, I am going to take a little break. I have to take care of something. I shall return in about 15 minutes. Miss Diane, do you mind holding down the vote? Okay, I'll be listening. See you in a minute.
Potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him to drop more pressure on my life.
Was there a digital version of one of the articles that Mr. Gehrman wrote about Mr. Tellis?
What do you mean a digital version?
Like a version that had an attached
a video clip, yes.
And sorry, Sarah, but could you move us over? Thank you.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office has been mired in turmoil and internal dissension for 2 years, with workers claiming emotional stress, bullying, and favoritism. Robert Tellis, who leads the office, has also faced allegations of an inappropriate relationship with a coworker, Roberta Lee Kennett. In an interview with Review Journal investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman, Tellis disputed several complaints.
What is your reaction to the allegations from these employees that you have created a hostile environment in this office?
I earlier introduced you to the other 7 team members, and they're folks who all come with a great attitude, and they work hard. And together, them and I, we are what is making the difference with the performance of this office. I've done my best to try to make everyone happy, but I mean, it's got to be within a certain framework. People just cannot get to do whatever they want, and it's unfortunate that, we've got some people who were here from before who were basically trying to railroad me, and you those other folks, they're happy, they're dedicated, and we're just here to do a good job.
Tellis, who's up for re-election in the June primary, blames a handful of old-timers for claims about a hostile environment in the office.
And no matter what type of gestures I try to make to smooth things over, to make sure that they're happy, they just don't, it's nonstop. And again, like I said, it's hard for me to make sure that I am a cheerleader for the folks who are doing really good work when I've got these other folks who are constantly, surveilling me, constantly trying to sabotage the office. But we're doing it. But it's hard.
Tellis denied allegations of any improper relationship with Lee Kennett.
And when you hear people making these allegations on your and personal relationship, how do you say to people about that?
Honestly, it's not true. I said, I'm all of my friends, all my family know how much I love my wife. And if you look at, obviously you can't talk to the people that do it on a daily basis. But from my social media, from everything, you can see that I am about nothing but justice, fairness, and just being a good person. And it sickens me, it destroys me that somebody would even level accusations like that, because I don't know, it's unreal. It's unreal the lengths that they're going to. They don't have any qualms trying to ruin my personal life to get to win this race.
The Clark County Public Administrator's Office had
Okay, I'm back. How are y'all? Oh, I am connected yet. Oh, hey, Jar, how you doing? Thanks for swinging in. Appreciate it. Oh, so what's going on, loves?
They just finished running a video clip, and I don't know what the lady's
It
doing.
must
They
be on the
just stopped.
sidebar or something.
Well, they didn't say sidebar, but who knows?
And for the record,
Yeah, that
that
was a
video was
no-brainer,
from
right?
states 338. So if I could flip back over and put on states 355 again. These messages where he says Mr. Tellis says he's distraught and the article wasn't fair, those appear to be in response to that published article.
Correct.
Now, you, fair to say, went through a lot of aspects of Mr. Tellis's phone. Is that
Yes, ma'am.
accurate? Did you look at his search history of news articles?
Yes, I did.
And generally, were there searches regarding Mr. Gehrman and himself?
Yes, there were.
This is states 356. And that's part of the search criteria, Jeffrey Gehrman, Las Vegas.
Correct.
And so you would have noted that as you examined the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also look to the phone to see if you could find items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
I'm putting on the overhead states 360. Do you recognize what's been admitted as 360?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Is that an extraction report from Mr. Tellis's phone?
That's correct.
And what are those thumbnail pictures that we see?
Like, what is the actual image of?
Yep.
It is an image of a gray Nike shoe with the black and white on it. There's also a rock climbing shoe in that image, and it looks like an ankle and a sock, like as if somebody was just switching out their shoes.
And that was found in Mr. Tellis's phone?
Correct.
And does this appear to be a bigger version than the thumbnail version?
Yes.
Now, why was that significant?
Because those shoes are identical to the ones that the suspect wore as he was walking in the neighborhood on video.
Okay, and those shoes were they found somewhere too?
That is correct.
Where were they found?
Those shoes were found inside Rob Tejas' house, and one of them was cut up into pieces.
And this is states 228. That appears to be the shoe?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were tested for DNA as well, correct?
Correct.
Now, did Mr. Tellis take screenshots of articles written by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes, he did.
And were those stored on his phone as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 359. Ask you to look through that.
I should have worn my glasses today.
Do you want mine?
No, that's okay. I can see. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Is that another extraction report from Mr. Tellis's phone?
It is.
And does it contain screenshots of the articles written by Mr. Gehrman about him?
Yes.
State moves to admit 359.
And just so we're clear, this is a paper version, just previously addressed on the video or part of that larger exhibit.
It's not, it probably is on the video, but not in
I thought it was. Okay, we have no objection.
Thank you. I'm putting on the overhead states 359. That's the extraction report, and then we see the thumbnails of the screenshots.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to flip to the end because it's easier to see. It's a bigger version of the thumbnails that were stored on his phone of these articles.
Yes.
And it's the articles Mr. Gehrman wrote about him, about kind of turmoil at the public administrator's office.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also find information indicating that Mr. Tellis was following kind of the fallout, I guess we should say, of the articles on social media?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 362.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
Does that appear to be screenshots of some of the back and
Conversations?
forth after
Yes.
the article ran?
Yes, ma'am.
State moves to admit 362. And I think we'll do this one. What does that screenshot say?
That was a screenshot that I found on Mr. Tejas' phone. It says push news articles down. That was the search. And then the first thing that populates is how to push a negative search result down, 4 steps to bury them.
Okay, 4 steps to bury
the article.
Negative search results?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just do another one. This is a screenshot of a social media post that's sort of critical of Mr. Tellis.
Correct. And that's the same poster or the same tag name, the chill pill.
Okay, and then another one by that same person.
Yes, ma'am.
Another one.
Correct.
And this is all on Mr. Tellis's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
This next image, and for the record, this is all from States 354, appears to be a conversation back and forth between Mr. Tellis and John Cahill.
Correct.
About stuff going on at the office.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Tellis is responding on social media about the articles.
That's correct.
Now, you also, I think, searched Mr. Tellis's work computer.
Yes, I did.
So may I publish, because this one's already admitted, Your Honor, this is states 357. I'm going to show you the bigger images, but do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
Those are screenshots that I found of, they were on Mr. Teus's phone of the desktop computer.
Okay, and I'm going to flip to some of the larger images that are attached to states 357. These appear to be searches associated with Mr. Gehrman.
Correct. It has his name on there.
Okay. Do you know what IDI Core is?
I do.
What is that?
It is a, how do I explain it? So like for us, for the police department, we use a program called Accurate. IDI Core is very similar to Accurate, which both of them, you can search people, you can find relatives, associates, prior addresses, additional phone numbers. Some of them you can even find email addresses, things like that, basically to try to either locate people or locate family of people. I think basically the only difference is that the IDI Core is, we buy licenses. So if that public entity being like the PA's office or the coroner's office or the police department, they want to buy one over the other. It's just basically the fee of the license that they're willing to pay for, I think. But both of them do the same, very similar functions.
Identifying locations, someone's residence,
Yes.
their vehicle, that sort of thing,
Mhm.
sort of personal information about that person.
Correct. Yeah.
And so that was found on Mr. Tellis's phone as well.
Yes.
How about images of Bronze Circle? Did you find that on his phone?
I did.
Yes, I'm just looking for it. Probably. So what are we looking at? And for the record, this is states 354.
So the street here below is, no, okay. The street is Bronze Circle. The house to the left with like the pinkish in color is Mr. Gehrman's house.
And how many images do you think you saw of Bronze Circle and the surrounding area?
Oh, I would be good saying about 50 at least.
Okay, let's go through. And was it just all around the cul-de-sac?
Yes.
And do you recall the date of those images?
Ooh, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
If you could
I'm gonna
refresh my
put
memory.
on the overhead the extraction report. This is states 363. Thank you. And see if we can.
I can see it.
Okay.
It's
What does it say?
August 12th, 2022.
Okay. And those were when all of those images at least were modified, or there's some indication they were modified in the phone on August the 12th?
Correct.
How about images that were taken of like random cars?
Yes. Yes.
Let me find those. And for the record, this is still on state's proposed exhibit 354. Oops. I'll put it on this way. Sorry, Sarah. This is states 364.
I recognize it.
And there were how many images in this extraction report?
I think it was almost a couple hundred.
Okay. And when you saw those on the phone, let's check the date. Do you see the date for them?
I do. It's August 15th, 2022.
Okay. And what did you do when you saw all of those images of all these street views?
I started talking to all the people in my bay, the other detectives that sit near me. It just looked really odd to me. So I just kind of started grabbing people like, hey, what do you think this is? Where do you think it's at? And a few of us sat there and tried to figure out where the images were taken from.
Mhm.
So we were able to pin it down.
How were you able to pin it down? What did you do?
So looking at the images, we could see that there was like a street sign kind of in the far distance, and you could tell that it was a long name. You could also see a lot of the foliage from the houses. You could see some mountains in the background. So just talking about it in general, it was, okay, well, I know this isn't going to be northwest because the foliage it's too grown, it's too mature. So, and it's got this portion of a mountain in it. So let's we basically just narrowed it down by sections of town and what mountain we thought that was in the background. And then one of the guys, he hit it on the head with the street. He finally got to the street. After that, I drove out to the street and sat in the same position to where I could tell that the photographs were from, and confirmed that that's where the photographs were taken.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you the map of the state's proposed 365. It's actually a couple pages, so if you could look through all three of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize those photographs in that map?
I do.
And are they related to those street images that we were just discussing?
They are.
State moves to admit 365.
No objection.
So you said you went to the location.
I did.
I'm putting on the overhead the first page of State's 365. And what are we looking at there?
So on the far left of the screen, it has the address, the 7216 Brown Circle, which was Jeff German's address.
Mhm.
And then the address to the far right of the screen with the red pin drop is 6121 Vegas Drive, which is right at the intersection of Vegas and North Jones Boulevard.
So where I'm pointing with my pen, that's Mr. German's house.
Correct.
And this red pin drop is where you determined that those photos were taken from?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take other photos to kind of demonstrate that that was the correct vantage point?
I did.
And let me flip to the second page, 365. Can you kind of orient the members of the jury, like what they should be looking at to know that that series of images, like this is the location?
So this is it's a Popeyes restaurant there at the corner of Vegas and Jones. This directional view is facing west. And so this is Vegas Drive over here, just beyond that wall. And it's this section of the wall that has the cinder block is cut at an angle that's very distinctive. And that's in many of the photos from that area.
And I'm gonna flip to the last page of 365. What are we looking at there?
That's the Google Street View of that area. So the Popeyes is over here. That's the sign. And then that wall that I'm talking about is there. And there's also a power box that's down here a little bit kind of under a tree.
Okay. And then going back to the first page of 365, that's just like the main street out of Mr. German's house?
That's correct.
Now I want to move to what's been admitted as State's 354. I'll just pick one of these at random. Sorry, Sarah. Thank you. Can you orient us looking at this shot, kind of what you just explained in terms of how you know this is the location?
Yes. So that cinder block wall is there on the bottom left portion of the screen. And you can see the power box down there on the ground as well. So when I was personally sitting in the Popeyes parking lot and turned westbound, that's the exact image that I saw.
And so you documented all those images in 365 in order to compare them later to, compare them to the images we see from Mr. Tellis's phone from, it looks like 8/8 of 2024.
Correct. Oh, that 8/8 is not the date that image was
Oh, that's
taken.
right. It was 8/15, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Of
And-
2022.
Yeah, so 2022. And that would just be another image?
Correct. There was numerous that were just like that.
Another one?
Correct.
Another one?
Yes. Yes, same.
And all of them appeared to have that center block wall, so you were able to orient the photo?
Yes, ma'am. And if the wall wasn't there for some reason, then we were still able to compare it to the trees and the wall in the background and the mountain in the background, but it was still the same location.
Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, did you also hear 2 recordings taken from Mr. Gehrman's phone?
I did, yes.
And were they like sort of threatening audio recordings?
Yeah. Yes.
What steps did you take in terms of following up on those?
So the recordings themselves that were in Mr. Gehrman's phone, just basically just showed that they were audio files. They sound like they're voicemails, but I don't believe that they are voicemails received into that phone. I think it's maybe as if he checked his office voicemail or something, and that's how it came in through the phone. But so I listened to both of those. Neither of them really, they don't identify Mr. Gehrman by name. They just seem very angry and like they're ranting about something. So I started going back on Mr. Gehrman's, or looking back at his news articles that he wrote to see if there was anything that coincided right around the same time that the voicemails were received. And I didn't find anything.
And so the sort of the date that's marked in the phone for the voicemails, well, actually, may I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you the mark that states proposed 366. Do you recognize what that is?
I think those are the let me see the dates. 2/18/20. Yeah, those are the voicemails.
Okay, so this appears to be an extraction report from Mr. Gehrman's phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No longer talking about Mr. Tellis's phone.
Correct.
And you, we've been talking about 2 kind of angry audio files on his phone.
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit states 366.
Objection.
So looking at these files, it looks like there's a creation date and a modified date.
Correct.
And what is the creation date?
For the first audio file, it's going to be February 24th, 2022 at 12:13 p.m.
And for the second one?
It's February 18th, 2022 at 12:11 p.m. So just 6 days prior.
Okay. And so this would have been 7 months before the murder of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Assuming that they're not just, assuming they're not older files. This is when the audio file was created.
Correct.
Now, on one of them, was there content in the body of the audio file that caused you to do some research about a possible article that Mr. Gehrman wrote?
Yes.
That might be associated with the call?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Charter?
Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you what's been marked as case proposed 367. Does that appear to be the first page of a news article?
It does, yes.
And can you see the date on it?
It's February 22nd of 2021, so a year prior.
Okay, is this an article that you found in order to see if it correlated with one of those audio files?
Correct.
State moves to admit 367.
No objection.
And I'm publishing that for the, is that okay, Your Honor, if I publish it? Thank you. And I just want to note for members of the jury that we have the date of February the 22nd of 2021. The headline on this article is Emerging Extremists Bring New Concerns for Law Enforcement. Why did that article or why did that topic catch your attention as a detective in terms of like the content of the audio file?
The person that was just yelling into the phone was, I guess I would say, I would put it on the extremist level. I don't really know how to explain that. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, no, that's probably a great question. So in those audio files that appear to be aggressive or threatening, did one of them sort of refer to Biden and the election?
Yeah, it was more so like political affiliation and being angry.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then based on that, did you try to research any articles that Jeff Garriman had written about political extremists and that sort of thing?
Yes.
And this is the
one of the articles. Yeah.
And the article you found is from 2021.
Correct.
Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Yay! I forgot to turn my camera on.
Yes. We're going to set something up.
Yeah, yes. How is everybody doing? We don't know what it's like to have a clean, nice, polite, systematic, no drama the trial. I mean, this is not near as spicy as anything I've had in the past, 6 months. What, Miss Diane? You gotta unmute yourself, love. You muted yourself. I can't unmute you.
That's because usually trials aren't nice and neat. It's a criminal trial.
By stipulation.
Yes.
But we're going to play it first while we're setting it up. We'll give it to the clerk following. Why don't we make this W? It would be defense exhibit W. Still set up. Yeah, Detective, what I'm going to do is I'm going to direct your attention to these messages that were left. And we don't know for sure whether they were left on Mr. Garriman's cell phone or not. Obviously, they're tied to his cell phone.
That's correct. Yes.
Fair to say.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think that right.
And this was the
lying to people. Whoever the guy was that wrote that article the other day, you need to fire his ass. Stop lying to people. We're coming for your ass. We are watching you motherfuckers. You better fire that son of a bitch. And I'm coming down there tomorrow, motherfuckers.
Are you aware of the date that this recording was extracted, presumably from Mr. Garriman's cell phone?
The date that it was extracted,
Correct.
being like that we downloaded the phone.
Correct.
I don't know what that date was.
Okay. We had heard two dates on direct, a February 24th, 2022 and February 18th, 2022. Are you able to pinpoint on?
Yes, but I thought those were the modified dates. I'm sorry, I thought you meant the extraction of when the phone was extracted.
Well, that brings you to the point too. Do you know when this was taken from the phone, extracted from the phone?
It was, I know our digital forensic lab conducted the forensic dump. I'm not sure when that was though. Okay. I don't know that date.
So you're unable to testify concerning that date at this point in time? Fair to say?
Correct. But like you were talking about with the 2 dates in February of 2022, yes, those were the 2 voicemails that were, or the 2 audio files that were a little strange.
It's the second one right there? All right, I'm gonna have you listen to this one.
You guys just did some propaganda shit out about fucking just for Biden, you fucking piece of shit. You left-wing fucking faggot, fucking socialist, fucking pig motherfuckers. You guys will pay in the end, motherfuckers. You fucking cheated and lied. You guys fucking lied and cheated. And then you fucking only Biden, all this
There goes my monetization.
You piece of shit, you motherfuckers. You made the Republic fight again, and you guys are fucking dead, motherfuckers.
Fair to say that the second voice message is a different individual.
Yeah, I believe so.
Huge.
And you believe that these both messages were left by political extremists or those that tend to be extremist in nature?
Well, I would say that there are people that were upset with articles that were written. I don't want to judge or assume what their political affiliations are. I just knew they seemed to.
Fair to say you didn't speak with either of these gentlemen?
No.
Guys, when I was in college, my professor discovered that I was a chaplain, and we went over this vocabulary, and she gave me a paragraph that had the F word in it about 10 times, and she thought I was never going to sign it. And, you know, the truth is interpreters are equal to telephone cords. It is not us speaking, and God knows it. It's
I have sworn more since I have become an interpreter than I ever have in my life. And you don't swear with a smile on your face. You know, motherfucker.
And what's really bad is when the deaf person is signing it and you have to voice it.
Equally. Oh, yeah. I did that once with 2 policemen. And they looked at me and I said, not me, her. And she caught that. She said, she's right. It's not her. It's me.
Yeah.
Zach. Yeah, Zach.
Yep. Yep. It can. Hey, do you know what really gets awkward? And I'll cover this on a members only live. Are some of the experiences I've had in doctor offices having to voice and interpret back and forth. Bad. But y'all learned a new sign today. And if you can't remember what it was, I demonstrated it for Miss Diane.
Yes.
Sorry, I did not.
Yes.
And you were asked and you were shown states exhibit 367 concerning the date that you thought that these articles may be concerning.
Are we talking about the article that we just brought up?
Correct.
Yes.
And that article was the 22nd of February 2021, correct?
That was February 21st, 2021, but yeah, it's 2021.
Okay. But you're not able to say exactly when these messages were left in
I'm
reference to Mr. Garman?
No, I'm not.
Long period, short period, we don't know, do we?
Correct.
You were the primary detective in reference to this investigation.
Yes, sir.
Detectives generally operate in details. This was a homicide detail, correct?
That's correct.
Generally, kind of fast-acting investigations, you're generally trying to operate under deadlines because you believe that facts and circumstances that give rise to a charge of murder may be anything but static.
That's true. Sure. I wouldn't say deadlines, but there is a expeditious work. Yes.
You would testify that your initial press release was the 5th of September, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then there was a subsequent press release on September 6th.
Yes.
And it was your testimony that after these press releases, you began to receive tips.
We started receiving tips, I would say probably at least by the 4th. Just, hey, I saw a guy who has clothes on that could possibly match over in a park, things like that. But tips regarding Mr. Tejas started coming in after the images of the suspect walking.
So you had received tips prior to your press release concerning this image, the image of the individual walking as well as the vehicle, correct?
Yes. No, well, we didn't get those until we released the image, so maybe they didn't come in until the 5th.
The 5th.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's unclear right now as far as your recollection concerning when you began to receive tips concerning who this perpetrator may have been.
No, I just know that we received tips. There was many tips that we got.
You received information from Detective Jappy in reference to Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, I did.
You authored a officer's report in reference to your investigation in this matter?
Correct.
And it's your testimony that you received information from Detective Jappy implicating Mr. Tellis?
He told me that he could be a possible person of interest for sure, yes.
Okay, but not implicating in the murder of...
No, he didn't come and tell me that he was... No, he posed him as a person of interest.
Okay. Obviously, you were involved in the in authoring this officer's report.
That's correct.
It's fairly lengthy. It's 70 pages.
It is.
And you made reference to receiving information from Detective Jappy.
Yes.
On Monday, September 5th, 2022. And let me ask you this. You reviewed this in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. So if I told you page 3 of your officer's report, Detective Jappy from the Criminal Intelligence Section advised Tellis had recently posted a rant on Twitter.
Correct.
Fair to say that was his characterization?
Yes.
And this rant that you referred to has been shown to us today. This is the rant that you believe that Detective Jappy was pointing your attention to?
It was the Twitter images or the screenshots of the tweets. Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that Detective Jappy characterized this as a rant? Fair to say?
I really don't know if it was him or if I said rant.
Okay, but that was the word used in your report, correct?
Yes, that word rant is there.
There's an additional reference that predates the release of these images that you received from Detective Jappy on September 4th.
Yes.
On September 4th, you were contacted by Criminal Intelligence Detective Jappy regarding Gehrman's murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jappy had advised you had prior contact with Robert Tellis, correct?
That is correct.
And that Tellis may have had a motive to murder Gehrman, correct?
Yes, sir.
So fair to say that that's implicating Robert Tellis in a murder. If you get a call or an email from Detective Jappy and he says, Mr. Tellis has a motive to murder him, wouldn't you agree with me that that is?
Are we froze?
So we
Again,
get tips.
And fair enough, but I'm using the words that you would use in reference to the report that you generated,
Yes.
correct? Robert Tellis had a motive to murder Gehrman. Fair to say?
That's
Based
what
upon your report?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And that Detective Jappy explained Tellis was upset with Gehrman because of an article he wrote, correct?
Correct.
And in reference to this article that Mr. Tellis was upset about, he made reference to a May 16th, 2022 article, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And if I told you that was on page 21 of your 70-page report, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I would not. That's probably correct.
So based upon your information that you had received from Detective Jappy, Mr. Tellis was upset about some May 16th, 2022 article, correct?
Yes.
And we go May, June, July, August, September. So we're talking 4 months that have basically transpired from the time of this article that Mr. Tellis was upset about and Mr. Gehrman's murder. Fair to say?
Correct.
So based upon the review of your officer's report, we have 2 references made to Detective Jappy very early on in this investigation.
Yes, sir.
One on September 4th,
correct?
And that's before you started receiving tips and information, and one on September 5th of 2022.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, you're agreeing with me. You authored this report and you made reference to both of those, correct?
Yes, I just didn't know if there was a question. I'm sorry.
And it was, that's why I asked. Yes, it's
Yes.
a question. Obviously, suffice to say, when I stand here and I ask you things or questions.
Okay, understood.
So right at the get-go, you agree with me that we have Detective Jaffe reaching out to you stating, I know an individual that has a motive to murder Jeff Garrett.
Yes.
There's part of your investigation concerned the subject Denali, correct?
Correct.
We had heard testimony that there were several Denalis, and that was former Detective Mogg. Now he's private citizen Mogg analyst. There was there was efforts made by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to ascertain what vehicle may have been involved in this crime, correct?
What do you mean ascertain what vehicle? Like from the video?
Yes. Yeah, trying to track that down.
That specific vehicle down, yes.
Correct. At one point in time, we have an email where, well, there's 67 Denalis. Fair to say it was a fairly large number.
Yes.
Were you able to determine, and of that 67, we heard from Mr. Mogg, if you want to refer him as detective, but the number was narrowed down. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
But there were still a fairly large number of Denalis that you were trying to follow up on.
I can't say that it's a large number.
Okay. At one point in time, it became a specific Denali that you were focused on, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there was surveillance in reference to this Denali on September 6th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
We heard from Metro Intelligence agent Tolliver today that she was surveilling and she saw that vehicle in relation to two others.
Yes.
Okay, that was September 6th, correct?
Correct.
And that was after the information had been sent to you, or you got calls 2 times from Detective Jack, fair to say?
Up until that point?
Yes.
Okay.
So then you were focused on that one Denali, correct?
Well, we were focused on that Denali because we followed it from the crime scene back towards that neighborhood.
Well, we're getting there, but you're saying,
Okay.
We're talking about what's going on. Obviously, you didn't follow that Denali, did you?
No, we were following it on video.
Correct. And when did that begin?
The video surveillance recovery? The day that we were out there documenting the scene.
Okay, you make reference to Mr. Mogg beginning this. Who else in addition to Mr. Mogg was involved in this collection of video?
Detective Milligan, Detective Hoffman, Detective Gilbert, pretty much all the detectives on my team. And then we, like I was telling DA Weckerly earlier, that there was also, we employed patrol detectives from other area commands to come and assist. So there was multiple people.
And when did this process begin?
On the day of the day that we were called out to the murder. So on September 3rd.
We watched an exhibit wherein we followed a Denali from a distance. You're obviously aware of that. You've reviewed that, and both in the steps that you took in this, in preparing this memo, this report, as well as in preparation for your testimony today. Fair to say?
I haven't seen Detective Mogg's report, but I am familiar with the video because it is part of the case file.
And are you aware of when Mr. Mogg ultimately compiled and presented that exhibit? The analysis concerning the Denali. Are you aware of when he compiled that and when he had that? When he finished it?
No.
Fair enough. There came a point in time where you obtained a search warrant concerning Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had testified that search warrant was done up 2 in the morning on the 7th.
Correct.
There was a question asked by the state, did you submit this to a judge for approval, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did that.
Yes, sir.
And in preparation for this search warrant, you have to prepare an application, basically an affidavit in support of a search warrant.
That is correct.
And in this application, you lay out the steps, basically the evidence that you feel that you have.
Correct.
And that's in order to obtain probable cause to get the warrant, correct?
Yes, the facts that we've learned up to that point are what we use as probable cause, correct?
The warrant that you referred to was submitted, signed, and it contained your affidavit, correct? In support of probable cause.
Yes, I drafted that warrant.
And in reference to this, you say that obviously there was surveillance of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
And that the surveillance occurred on Tuesday, September 6, 2022.
Correct.
You make reference to Mr. Tellis exiting his house and looking at the vehicle, correct?
Referring to the Denali, yes.
That he walked back inside the home, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then his phone stopped receiving phone signal, correct?
True. That's what I was told.
And then you state that Mr. Tellis exited the home again and began to wash the maroon GMC Denali, correct?
Correct, sir.
And then you show images of this Denali in reference to the Denali that you're investigating.
I don't show images in the search warrant, no.
You make reference to it.
Yeah, I speak about it.
Yes.
But I'm not showing images of it in the
But you make
warrant.
reference to it, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that on this affidavit that you submitted in support of probable cause, you didn't state that Mr. Tellis washed 3 vehicles, correct?
I did not know that at the time. I was told that after the fact.
Okay. At no point in time in here did you say he didn't wash the inside of the vehicle, did you?
No, because I wasn't told that he did.
But later you learned that he in fact washed all 3 vehicles in front of his residence
I did, correct.
over a 2.5-hour period.
Yes, sir.
And that he did not wash the interior of any of the vehicles.
Objection.
I think it's exactly what the testimony was.
You can ask her what she knew.
Yeah, no, at the time, I did not know that he washed all 3. At the time that I made the application, I only knew that he was the one.
I saw a spider.
The phone had dropped service and came back on. I wasn't told
Photo
about
of
the
my
other 2 cars
spiders
until
got
days
off.
later.
I'm sorry.
So
Go
I don't honestly recall anything about even being the interior or exterior. I just knew at that time he was washing the exterior of the Yukon.
If I told you today that we heard testimony from a detective or an officer from Metro Intelligence that he washed the exteriors of the 3. And
I don't doubt that. I'm sure he did. I'm just telling you, I was not told that at the time.
Later in the day, you had testified that you received a phone call and that Mr. Tellis had been stopped, correct? And this is September 7th, 2022.
Yeah, and it was early in the morning, probably 6:30 or 7 in the morning.
He was stopped as a result of this warrant at your direction.
This
correct?
investigation, yes.
You received a phone call. He had been stopped. Do you know who stopped him?
I knew that we had surveillance on the house throughout the evening. We had patrol officers standing by to where if he was going to leave, that the patrol officers would make the traffic stop.
And are you aware of which patrol officer stopped him?
No, I'm not.
You'd agree with me that based upon Metro's policy, patrol officers are to wear body cam.
That is correct.
And that whenever there is civilian contact, that body cam should be running.
That's correct.
So you would presume that whomever it was that came into contact with this individual that you wanted to stop and who you're investigating for a murder would have their body cam running, correct?
I would assume that, yes.
Are you aware of multiple requests made on behalf of Mr. Tellis to obtain his body cam?
Yes.
Are you aware of an order issued by this court on July 18th of 2023 to preserve and turn over that body cam?
I don't know the exact dates of orders, but I know there were requests that were made.
And are you aware that that body cam was ultimately destroyed or erased and not turned over?
I believe it was overwritten.
And are you aware that that writing of this body cam occurred about a month and a half, give or take, after the order to turn it over was made?
If you say so, I don't doubt that.
Ultimately, you come into contact with Mr. Tellis and on the morning of September 7th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you are recording your interactions.
Yes, I typically keep my recorder. It's an audio only recorder on.
I mean, as a detective, you don't wear body cam.
No, sir. That's why I keep the audio recorder on.
Understood. Is it fair to say that you come and go from crime scenes with or without CAD, or do you show up on CAD every time you appear at a crime scene?
By policy, are supposed to log in through dispatch, and we get assigned into CAD, which is the computer aided dispatch system that we use. So yes, we do that. Is there a rare occasion that we end up somewhere and we didn't tell the dispatcher? Absolutely, but we log into CAD, yes.
Fair enough. And obviously, whether a person reports to CAD or logs into CAD, that's incumbent upon the person reporting, him or herself.
Correct.
Officers or detectives of Metro Intelligence, same thing. They don't wear body cam. We have to rely upon their logging in or not in order for them to appear in CAD, correct?
Mhm.
So, yes.
Yes, sir.
Just so we have a clear record, I appreciate you. So at this point in time, it's 7:23. It's in the morning, September 2nd. September 7th, 2022. Mr. Tellis has stopped, and you need to come into contact with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this point in time, you are recording your interactions with him because you may be of some evidentiary value.
Correct. Yes. It's not even just that it could be evidentiary value. I record a lot. I don't ever want my integrity to be called into question. So I want to make sure that my interactions are documented completely.
Understood. And in this case, you had the recorder rolling. Fair to say. You tell Mr. Tellis that you have a warrant and you need to stop him for a little while, correct? He wasn't formally under arrest, but he was being
detained. Yes.
He was not free to leave.
Correct.
Is he handcuffed?
At that point, I'm not sure if patrol officers had him handcuffed because when I spoke to him, he was in the back seat of a patrol vehicle.
Correct.
I'm not sure if his hands were cuffed or not, but I know the door was shut. So, he's sitting in the back of a patrol car.
Obviously, if he had tried to walk away, he would have been stopped.
Absolutely, yes.
So he was not free to go.
That is correct, yes.
Hence the word.
And so we're clear, so we're operating from the same group of facts. There were 3 transcripts prepared in reference to your interactions with Mr. Tellis on September 7th, 2022.
Okay. I thought there was 4 different. But
I have 3. So if I may approach the witness.
I would say, okay, yeah.
Be careful, my
They've
dear.
got some notes on him. It's
Evidence
if I may approach.
may not be in his possession, and you may be starting something. You better double check too.
723, yes, sir. 801.
Really?
My.
Yeah.
Body cam.
There's no time.
Are you done, my dear?
I thought there would be 4.
Just about. I got to feed these people here.
The last
and
one.
they're adults that should really feed
The last one,
themselves.
it might be combined because that might have also the.
They would starve to death.
You gonna go cook?
I gotta go find something.
Use the restroom.
I literally, I cooked enough last night. There should be left
I believe
over
there should
tonight.
be one more,
But
because it appears to end after.
by the time Walter
eating
had
the
3
substance.
bowls of it, nope. The man has no concept of how much he eats, and he has no self-control.
You paying for it, right?
He thinks he is, but he's not. He has, in this month, he has given $100 towards groceries. I have spent over $400 in groceries this month. Yeah. He's gonna have to do some more. He's got to. Life is
Well, babe,
good.
you go on. Thank you so much, everybody. Give a thank you to Miss Diane. We're almost through the end.
And I saw where AK bought me a cup of coffee. Thank you so much. You posted that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And everyone, be praying for me because God told me He would take care of me, and He will. So pray me in some work. All right.
Diane,
I love you,
did you
people.
ever reach out that guy that I talked to you about?
No, but I'm gonna do that right this minute. I'm gonna hang up and call him because I forgot. Life gets crazy. Believe me, here life gets crazy. I shall call him now. He is
Do it now.
in my
Do it now.
phone.
Bye.
All right, I'll let you know what happens.
Bye. Y'all. I love her. Diane, you could have been working, sister. Working in a coal mine, going on down, working in a coal. Oops, I forgot to call him. Okay, guys, back to the court station.
Okay. And I'm going to ask Your Honor, I will address what I have here, but we may have to, after the break, we may have to address this.
Okay. Sorry about that.
So what I've shown you here is the 3 transcripts of these surreptitious recordings based on what I have. First one, it's yourself and Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
Second one, it's yourself and Mr. Tellis.
That's correct. We were still at the traffic stop at that point.
And then the third statements, and it's the longer one. The first one that I have, there's about 5-6 pages, fair to say. 6 pages. Correct? That's a question.
Yes, sir.
Second one, 9 pages.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 pages. It's bad penmanship. Third statement or third surreptitious recording, that's 49 pages.
Yes, sir.
And on this third one, unlike the prior 2, we have Detective Jappy present.
That's correct.
You had reached out to Detective Jappy, or did he just appear?
No, I called him and asked for help.
Okay. First 2, fair to say, there's not really a lot of substantive conversation. You're saying you're not being arrested, even though he's handcuffed in the back of the car, but you're saying we have to detain you.
Yes.
Detain.
Correct?
Yes.
The first 2, where Detective Jappy is not present, we have the times that they occur, correct?
Yes, sir.
This third one, based upon your review of the transcript that I showed you, we don't have a time, do we?
On that transcript, no.
Okay. And this one's, like I said, fairly lengthy compared to the other 2. It's 49 pages.
Correct.
Fair to say that during this time that Mr. Tellis is, he's been stopped, he's been handcuffed, he's been put in the back of the car, he's concerned. Reasonable to assume he was concerned. I mean, you get handcuffed, you stick back the car.
I just don't want to put feelings and emotions in somebody else's, but I understand what you're saying. Yes.
Reasonable to assume he's concerned. I mean, it's kind of scary. I mean, I know people that prior to being a homicide detective, I'm asking you. Prior to being a homicide detective, you worked in other capacities for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, sir.
At one point in time, did you start as a patrol officer?
Yes, it did.
Stop someone for a traffic ticket before, correct? Prior to being a homicide detective.
Yes.
You've had people cry, you've had people respond a number of different ways, being just a patrol officer stopping someone for a traffic ticket.
Correct.
People can get alarmed and it can be a traumatic situation just for a traffic ticket, correct?
Sure, yes.
You'd agree with me that it's far more distressing to handcuff a person and stick them
He's
back
looking at him like,
based on her experience.
is this better,
Some
Zach?
people are okay with things like that. Some people aren't. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Who's that?
I know he was concerned for his family that day.
Yes.
Absolutely. He was concerned. He wanted to see his wife and his children, but I don't want to speculate how he felt.
He's told that the press is at his house, correct?
Probably told by that point. Yeah. I don't know if I mentioned it in the first 2 contacts that I had with him, but I know by the time we got to the area command, he was told.
Yes. He's being asked concerning, does he have injuries to his person?
Yes.
He basically says he doesn't. He has an injury to his ring finger, but
Correct.
he makes a reference to his alarm waking him up. And he's told by Detective Jappy that you don't have to worry about that ever again. And I'm referring counsel to page 7 of the 3rd recording. Recall that?
I don't recall that.
If I may approach the witness.
I will tell you though, there was times that I was in and out of the room too. So honestly, I don't recall hearing that. I'm not saying it wasn't said, but I don't recall it.
And if I told you that he's being told you're nervous to worry about the wrong coffee again, Thursday, that's accurate. Quotation was contained in the transcript.
That is on the transcript.
He's informed that his house is being processed.
During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
So we have a recess for about 15 minutes. I thought I'd check on their babies. The younger one is more active than the older one. They're about a week apart. They're not litter mates, but they are about a week apart. Hi. Hi, baby girl. Who's the baby girl? Hi. Oh. No, they have about a 15-minute break. There we go. So this one's about 4 weeks. About. This one's about, well, 3, old 3, old 4. But the babies. Yes, okay, let's get comfy. Let's get comfy. So did my babies. We are looking for a home for one of them for sure, possibly 2. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes. Mm-mm. Nothing like the smell of a kitten or a puppy. Aw. Hey, Zach, you want a kitten? They're both girls. Hi, baby. You're such a good girl. Yes, you're such a good girl. And the other cat y'all saw early, that one and this one here was rescued when outside because we have stray cats and sometimes they lose their babies. This one came from another litter. Yeah. No, they're just a baby. They're just a baby. So, what do y'all think about this trial so far? What is your opinions thus far? No. Well, the husky and the kitty could be best friends. Look at the face. Oh, look at the face. Oh, you tell them. And then this one, the babies. I need to give them a bath again. Y'all know how that goes. Oh, wow. I don't have names yet for them. I don't yet have names. Don't know. No, it does not look good. We have not heard from the defense, but the missing body cam, that's interesting, but it can happen. You know, sometimes things can accidentally get written over. It can happen. What y'all think? Hmm? Yeah. I should bring the basket in here and let you be in here. Hi, sweetie. Hi, here I am. Yeah. Yes. Hi. She's all like, Mommy. Let's fix this just in case we have a tittle. What was that all about? What was that all about? Did we have a little unexpected movement that startled you? I sorry. I so sorry. Oh, they're just so precious. No, Miss Kevin, it does not look good in any way, shape, or form at this point for him. Yeah. Yep, they screenshotted the whole house. Matt, will you go put them back?
Will you give them to me? Actually, no, they can stay right there.
No.
No, they can stay. They look too cute.
Matt,
I ain't gonna move.
Really?
I ain't gonna move them. Look at them.
Yeah, I will.
They can fall asleep. All right, I ain't holding it. No, don't do that to them.
Oh, they love to be held together. But my thing is I got this I got to finish up. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Those types of things aren't as big of a deal when you don't have cops texting each other about the accused take the hit. Yeah. Ain't that the truth? God. Really? Oh, my other cat likes to, she's getting to where she likes to get up high. So the first kitten, which is the one you saw, she's about 5 months old, maybe 6. She, I found her outside. We have a colony of cats, and it's kitten time, I guess. Teller is toast. IMHO. IMO. IMO, IMO, IMO. You guys, I have a lot of new people in here. Let me share something since I have a lot of new people in here. We have a members only live. It'll be the 31st of this month. And we're going to play the Bean Boozled game. If you don't know what that is, it's the jelly beans. So a white one can either taste like rotten milk or coconut. And so we're going to be playing those games and we're going to be having fun on our members only live. But in order to do it, you got to be a member. So go join, please. Go join and be a member and support Miss Diane and I in opening this community up to the disabled. And then, oh, I have, Miss Kevin, I have multiple. I can't even tell you how many I have. I've even been in the room when a baby was born, been in there when they've died. Yeah. Yep. I've done it all. Been around the world in 7 seas. Gosh, I'm on the song kick today. But yes, and I will be sharing some of those fun experiences in the mod membership. Sorry, the membership live. So please hop on over. Appreciate it. Y'all are fabulous. I couldn't do this without you. Oh my God, y'all, we did it. I can't believe it. We actually did it. Exciting news. Memberships have launched. Memberships are a great way to financially support this channel. Starting at the juror level of membership, we will be hosting members only lives. Also, at the judge level, we will be having VIP events. We hope you will enjoy sporting the membership badges and soon to come exclusive emojis. Thank you for watching and supporting the stream and my dream to provide accessibility to the deaf and hard of hearing.
You said obviously you work long hours when you're involved in a homicide investigation, especially close in time to when the homicide is alleged to occur. Remember that testimony? Appears that Detective Jappy was working long hours as well, correct? Yes. He sent you this email at 12:44 a.m. And again, he belongs to the criminal intelligence section, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this email concerns the surveillance log from today/yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
He then makes reference to call me tomorrow when you have a moment. We can figure out a way to get those videos to you.
Done.
Right? Those are the surveillance videos.
Yeah.
Done.
I'm not sure which
another
videos.
matter that he was going to send to you. Do you recall?
No, I don't recall him sending me videos. That's why I wasn't sure which ones he was talking about. But
just so it's clear, I mean, you're communicating with him at 12:44 a.m.
Well, he sent me an email, but I'm not sure if I read that or if I responded back or. I that shows that that's what time he sent it. True.
Fair enough. And then we're continuing on with the events concerning the stop of Mr. Tellis and your interactions with him and Detective Jappy. Obviously, you informed Mr. Tellis that he's not arrested, but he's not free to go.
When I first approached him, yes.
I'm referring to this third transcribed statement.
Okay.
And you're telling him he's not free to go.
True.
And I'm referring, counsel, page 20 of the third recording. You tell him that he can't make calls.
Correct.
There's questioning going on between Mr. Jappy and Mr. Tellis in your presence.
Some in my presence and some without. Yes. I know they're talking.
Correct.
I wouldn't say it was fully questioning, but there was communication. Yes.
You inform Mr. Tellis that press is breaking and that the media is at his house. I mean, I'd asked you a question, but it's in this transcript, page 28, this third 49-page transcript. Fair to say?
Okay.
There's discussions with him concerning the great amount of stress that he must be under, correct?
They're if it's in the transcript, I agree with you.
And I will not
Yes.
mislead you. So
Yes.
if I say it's in the transcript,
Yes.
and I'm referring to page 28 of the recorded transcript. In fact, it's told, I don't think any of us could ever comprehend the amount of stress that you've been going through.
Did I say that?
Detective Jackie did.
Okay, I don't recall saying that.
Effect on the listener, but there's discussion concerning the cameras at his home, Mr. Tellis's home.
Correct.
And he's cooperative, gives you a password to those. It says they were recently installed.
I remember they were recently installed, yes.
There is a concern for his family and his family's safety, and that's why.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not saying what he said. It puts her statements into context.
Are you gonna ask her what she said to him?
Yes.
Okay.
You said, I don't know about the gunshot in the neighborhood, you know, it was a couple days. That was your statement. Page 31.
I don't know what gunshot would be referencing though.
Okay. I may approach the witness. Page 31.
Okay, I see that in the transcript.
Yes. And that was in reference to the security cameras that have been recently installed at his house.
Yes, that's what we were asking about at that time.
And then you asked him about the shoes at the residence that have been recovered, correct?
Sure, yes.
You know, there's a number of questions concerning his shoes. We've had multiple photos, exhibits. Do you ever size those shoes?
No, I personally have never come into contact with those shoes. They were recovered at his house. I was never there. So that would
Okay.
be with the CSAs, they do look at the size on the tag and notate that.
Okay, and we've, you know, there's been a great deal, and I mean, you were the lead detective in this case. There's been a great deal of issues made or arguments made, presentations made concerning those shoes. You have no recollection of what the size of those shoes are, do you?
No, I've never seen those shoes in person.
And I'm going to direct your attention to page 33 of your statement. You're talking about how his family must be suffering through the stress of all of this.
Okay.
How he should make it easy on his family, correct?
Yes.
They don't deserve to struggle with this, correct?
Yes.
You know, there comes a time where one way or another, other things have to be answered. And I'm just going to refer to your statement specifically. You made that statement, correct? You tell him you're going to have to own up to what happened.
Yes.
If not for anybody other than your family.
Yes.
You talk about his family being collateral damage, correct?
If it's in there, I believe you, yes.
You talk about how hard it's going to be on them, correct?
Yes.
You talk about this vehicle that's in the video being identical to his, at least in your opinion, correct?
Correct.
You make reference to a sunroof.
Okay.
I'm sorry, actually, Detective Jappy does. I mean, you were present for this interview. Page 38, there's a discussion about the security cameras being recently delivered to his home, Mr. Tellis's home.
Okay.
Do you recall what time it was that you ultimately returned Mr. Tellis to what he was doing prior to being detained?
No, the sun was still out. I I have not checked the CAD. If I saw the CAD, I could tell you exactly when it was. But I know it was still daylight out. I want to say maybe 3:30 or 4:30 in the afternoon, somewhere in that time.
Okay, and he'd been in your custody since a little after 7.
Correct.
And he was stopped prior to your arrival, correct?
Yes.
I may approach the witness. I'm going to go through with you what's been marked as defense exhibits B through V.
Okay.
If you could please just run through those.
They are the images of Mr. Tejas at the area command that were taken by the CSA. Yes.
Do these photos accurately depict the photos of, and we've heard Tejas tell us on September 7th.
I've gone with Mr. Tejas, so yeah, they do.
Move for the admission.
No objection, Your Honor. They're needed.
I may publish these.
I think it was actually one of the end of our interview where we spoke about the pronunciation. So.
All right, this is defense exhibit B. Just orientate ourselves. That's Mr. Tell is correct on this morning or this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And obviously the significance of these photos is they wanted to document any injuries to his body.
Correct.
There have been photos marked and admitted concerning a cut on his right hand. He gave you an explanation of that during your interview, correct?
Yes.
This is it was his left hand that had the injury. This is his right hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's not clear. Am I?
Yes,
I'm doing
it's really
something wrong.
blurry.
I always am when it comes to this. Let's see. There we go. And he is right-handed, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't think we asked him that in the interview.
That's my next point. You didn't ask him. I told you these right-handed.
Objection, Thursday.
Right hand, there's no injuries, correct?
There are none visible in that picture, correct?
That was defense exhibit C. This is defense exhibit D. This is torso, right?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that there's no injuries that you see on this exhibit?
No.
Defense exhibit E. This is his right side, same question.
Yes, sir. There's nothing visible there.
Defense exhibit F, this would be his back, correct?
Correct.
Neck, head, again, no visible injuries.
Correct.
Defense exhibit G, other side,
Yes, sir.
no injuries present.
Not where that you can see there, correct?
And nice tan line.
We'll close up defense exhibit H of his right side.
And that's the same. As you can see in what's depicted, there are no injuries present there.
Where?
Of the portion of his body that you're looking at there, you're correct. There are no injuries present in that photograph.
Okay.
That is correct.
Defense exhibit I, close up of his shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It looks like maybe a little red dot there, but I couldn't speculate what that is.
We heard testimony from crime scene analysts that she felt that there was a bruise to his right shoulder. I would,
Mm-hmm.
don't
You
you agree with me?
No, that's what I'm saying. I see redness there, but I can't.
Fair enough.
I don't know. There was 5 days between when Gurman was murdered to the time that Rob Tejas was taken into custody. So I don't want to.
And you'd agree with me that bruises generally develop through time. They're not instantaneous. You'd expect there to be bruises if there was an injury 5 days after an injury occurred. Fair to say?
No. And I'm not a medical expert. I can't testify to that.
Defense exhibit J. You agree with me? We don't see any injuries there.
It's reddening, you can see, but Can't say that there's a specific injury there.
What clothes was he wearing and ultimately were taken off prior to this photo was being taken?
I know he had jeans on. I think it was I want to say it was a white t-shirt. I could be mistaken on that.
You don't see any scratch marks or anything of that nature, correct?
Not in that photo, no.
Defense Exhibit K, this would be the left side.
Correct.
No injuries, correct?
Correct.
Defense Exhibit L, same question, back of his neck.
Yes, there's no apparent injuries.
And this gives it a little red tint. It may be the function, but this will go back with the jury. But looking at it, you don't see any redness when you look at it, do you?
No, not really. It's like tanning, I guess, right there in that photograph, that specific one.
Turning your attention to Defense Exhibit M. And we have a shadow, but we don't have any injuries, do we?
None that I'm aware of, no.
Turn your attention to Defense Exhibit N. Now we're looking at his lower body. You see his abdomen. No injuries present in that photo, correct?
Not that I can see there, no.
Oh, that's humiliating. In your underwear on live TV.
Defense Exhibit O.
They do their own swimsuit, so.
No injuries that I can see there.
I don't know. I'm not a guy.
Defense Exhibit B. I'm sorry, P.
And no injuries that I can see there. I think there might be I know the left ring finger is damaged, so I can't tell if that's visible on his left side, but on the back of his legs, no.
Defense Exhibit Q.
There's nothing visible that I can see.
Defense Exhibit R. Put it this way. Again.
Nothing visible that I see.
And it may seem like a funny question, but his feet weren't measured for size, to your knowledge, correct?
No.
Defense Exhibit
Oh,
S.
for you, Miss Sneaky.
Same question, no injuries.
Miss Kevin.
None apparent
that
I see.
Defense Exhibit T.
None, no apparent injuries that I see.
Defense Exhibit.
Missed you, love.
I'd really have to look at it on a computer. That may be pinkish around the ankle, but nothing really apparent or anything, that's substantial. Correct.
Fair enough. If I may approach the witness with it. Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't look pinkish in that photo.
And say that these pictures of pink hue, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you came into contact with Mr. Tellis after having been stopped, he was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you it's Defense Exhibit V. He's no longer wearing the jeans or the t-shirt, is he?
Correct. We took his clothing.
Took his clothing.
Yes, we did.
That's right.
We had a crime scene analyst here last week, and we.
Welcome back, Miss Out and About with Diane. Oh, good luck with the inspection. That's very humiliating, having all those pictures taken like that. It really is, no matter what. But you are not. Oh, Miss. Miss Sneaky. Miss Sneaky. Do not make me come through the screen. Girl. You're perfect. In every way. We are all super women in our own way. I think you're superwoman. I think you're super fantastic. We all have our gifting. We all special.
Now, in reference to this search warrant, you got a 280 on September 7th. Part of that search warrant included not only the Denali, contents of the Denali, but it was also the clothing that may have been tied to this condition of this crime, correct? Correct. And you took these jeans from Mr. Tellis, believing that this may have somehow been involved with the crime, correct?
We took those, they were dark pants, and we were looking at all dark pants, and without really taking them off as a person and inspecting them, I wasn't going to be certain if they were or were not going to be pants possibly worn.
Were these pants ever processed?
Not
To
to
your
my
knowledge?
No. I know the crime scene analysts, when they impound them, they will visually look at the item to see if there's apparent blood, things like that, and none was noted.
So his pants were taken from him, and he was given that jumpsuit that.
Yes.
Dude, I know where you're going with this. They're going to say he was humiliated. They stripped him down to his undies and da 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 da. That's not uncommon. What they've done is not uncommon. They photograph to make sure there's no injuries to document. I don't get the complaining about this. I mean, I know where he's going. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I guarantee you, if he, for some reason, is found innocent, they're going to sue the pants off of the city.
Thank you. And this jumpsuit was what he was sent home in, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his white shirt taken as well?
I'd have to look at the report. I can't remember that off the top of my head.
Okay, I don't have a record of it, but I was just asking.
Yeah, I did.
Probably was.
There were other people interviewed in reference to the gait of Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes, sir.
We heard from a couple of witnesses last week. Do you remember interviewing a Zach Schilling?
Yes.
You interviewed him on the 26th of September.
Sounds about right.
Have you reviewed this recorded statement in preparation for your testimony?
No, I haven't.
I just have a couple quick questions, but would you like, we'll go question by question. I'll have many. If you need to see it, please tell me.
Okay.
Okay. When you interviewed him, he was not alone, correct?
Correct.
Who else was present?
There was a female, I think it was a business associate or something to that effect.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't remember her name.
Miss Riffle?
Yes. I don't remember the first name though either.
If I told you that Miss Riffle testified last week following Mr. Schilling, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
Fair to say, and I won't get into the substance, but there'd been some bad blood between Mr. Schilling and Mr. Tellis, based upon the sum and substance of your interview, correct?
Again, I haven't reviewed it in a long time. I don't remember anything. I don't remember anything notable, I guess, about that. I knew that they knew each other. I recall that from the interview. But I don't remember anything specific about, I think, I don't know if you said bad. I don't know. Yeah.
Why don't, I'm going to approach with the court's permission to perhaps refresh the sum and substance of this conversation. Please take your time. Absolutely. Specifically page 8. This is a fairly lengthy interview. It was 99 pages long.
Okay.
Please review that.
Was it page 8? Is that what you said?
That was just something that I want to address, but I just want you to flip through that to remember, to refresh your recollection.
That's a long interview. I'm sorry. Okay.
I will put it this way. Fair to say that Mr. Schilling didn't like Mr. Tellis very much.
I just remember that they knew each other from business. I don't remember the context of it.
Contacts the public administrator's office,
No, yes,
getting paid.
yes, but I mean his personal feelings. I don't remember much of those.
Why don't you look at page 8?
Okay. Okay.
And just so we're clear, this interview occurred in front of Ms. Riffle, correct?
Yes, she was present.
And during this interview, Mr. Schilling referred to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, right?
Yes, he did.
I may approach the witness. He claims to recognize Mr. Tellis's gait in the videos that have been released on Monday, September 5th, correct?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
In reference to your officer's report, you lay out what issues, what items were found through the course of the search in Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
You're talking about the location and who recovered it and stuff?
Yes.
Yes, that's documented.
And in reference to these shoes, according to your report, it was Detective Gilbert that
Yes, he was present. And remember, I was not.
You were not.
Yes, so this is from the scribe that had provided the information to me. That's how it gets into my report.
Understood, but obviously you want to be as correct and as
absolutely
thorough as
absolutely
possible.
Yes.
She seems like a lovely lady, but I wouldn't want to double cross her.
John Martinez was just really discounted. He didn't even have any information to get concerning. You remember him? He was a construction worker.
Yeah. And Detective Milligan
Couldn't remember.
went to go found him. Okay.
And in regards to the installation or the reason for the installation of these cameras, it was consistent concerning other people you'd interviewed, the reason for the installation of the cameras.
Call for hearsay, sustained.
You had testified that Detective Chappie had helped you in this case, correct? I think that was your testimony when we began this cross. Do you recall that?
If that's the word that was used. Okay, I know Detective Jaffe, yes, he assisted, correct.
And following the results concerning the DNA, Detective Jaffe reached out to Mr. Tellis to say that you're going to be arrested or detained, correct? And that was after he'd been dropped off at home in his jumpsuit.
I was not present for that.
You were shown a number of articles, and we watched some videos together before the break concerning the events of the public administrator's office. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Remember that video that we watched with Mr. Jaffe and Mr. Tellis in a garage? There's a
With the
video
vehicle.
getting out of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based upon your understanding, we had somebody sleuthing. I mean, we had somebody following Mr. Tellis, correct? Based upon her,
Based on her knowledge?
based on your knowledge, I mean.
I had nothing to do with any of that part of Mr. Tejas at the PA's office or the writings that Jeff Gurman did about him.
Fair enough. But in that video that we watched together, we saw them get, we saw Mr. Tellis getting out of the vehicle and it looked like it was in some parking lot, correct?
That is correct. That's what I saw.
It wasn't in an office. You were part of the search of the public administrator's office on September 8th?
Yes.
Yes. That did not appear to be related or in that parking lot or at the public administrator's office.
That's correct. It does not appear.
So when I ask you, it appears that somebody's sleuthing. Obviously, someone is involved concerning Mr. Tellis, and it's outside of the public administrator's office. Fair to say, where that video was captured. Maybe that's a bad question. Obviously, we have something going on. There's a capture that we all watched before the break, and it's Mr. Tellis getting out of his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And based upon that article, somebody obtained that video of Mr. Tellis, correct? I'm not saying it's Metro, but based upon our view of that, somebody captured that. Somebody was sleuthing.
Somebody did, yes.
And that was in reference to events going on in the public administrator's
Somebody
office.
captured the video, correct, pertaining to the public administrator's office.
So
Yes.
somebody must be conducting surveillance. Somebody must be following Mr. Tellis.
I have no knowledge of that.
In reference to what you had characterized as surveillance, the spot off of the Popeyes, that parking lot?
Yes.
Mile and a half away from Mr. Tellis, or from Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
Correct.
Mile and a half. We have multiple photos. You opined that or you gave an opinion that this was surveillance or something, correct?
That's what it appeared to be from the time frame that those images were taken. I think it was about a 2+ hour block of time, and with the amount of them, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, but again, too, it's we don't even know if that has anything to do with anything, do we? It's just something that was found on the phone or perhaps was part of a cloud, correct? In reference to
that was found on the phone, yes.
Yes. You don't know of any safety. I mean, you gave the opinion that this was surveillance, but we don't know, do we?
That's my opinion.
So you do have an opinion concerning surveillance, at least sometimes.
When I conduct the surveillance, yes.
Okay. But in this case, we had several photographs taken of vehicles, correct?
You're talking about from the Popeyes?
Yes.
I think it was hundreds. Yes.
150, something like that.
Yeah, there was a lot.
None of those cars were of significance in this case, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, I'd move to admit defense exhibit W.
Is there any objection? No objection.
Move to admit, I believe, restitution. Thank you.
So Detective Gaddis, those audio recordings associated with Mr. Gehrman's phone, I'd like to talk about those first.
Yes, ma'am.
With both of those, was there an attempt made to see if there was a phone number that you could associate with the voicemail?
Yeah, I tried to identify who the caller was, but there was no phone number connecting at the same time that would lead me down that path.
So there was no data you could go further on to determine like whose phone number it might have been?
That's correct.
And it sometimes happens like that. There's just a data file and there's no further information to follow up on.
Yes.
When Detective Jaffe brings Mr. Tellis to your attention on 9/4, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he's with you on 9/7 on the date of the buckle swab and search warrant.
That's correct.
After 9/7, is Detective Jaffe involved in the homicide investigation?
No.
And is the rest of the investigation from 9/7 on done by yourself and other members of homicide?
That's correct.
After 9/7, is homicide conferring with Detective Jaffe, like, hey, this is the next warrant we're going to do.
No.
This is the next thing we're going to do.
Not
is
at
this
all.
okay with you?
No, not at all.
I mean, that wouldn't happen because Detective Jaffe is in a whole different section,
Correct.
and you're the one responsible for this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about that, the body cam from the traffic stop.
Yep.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, please, what an event number is?
So every time an officer goes to stop somebody like on a traffic stop, they call it out on the radio, and that generates an event number in our CAD system. So there's different event numbers for different things, but typically if a patrol officer was going to stop a car, that's the first step he's going to take, is to call it on the radio.
Now, the event number for the murder drew an event number from 9-3, correct?
Yes, it did.
In order for reports and photographs and all interviews and any audio associated with the murder, is it tagged with that murder event number?
Typically, yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Tellis was stopped on 9/7, was that under the same event number as the murder?
No. So the event numbers, especially if it is a murder event number, basically that event number is only open for as long as there's officers that are physically assigned to an area. Once everybody clears or logs off for the day, that event number closes. We still reference that for all the crime scene reports, for all the video collection. That's the main event number that everything goes under, but it's closed. So now on a subsequent day, if we're going to go stop a car or do a search warrant, a different event number gets populated.
Now, can patrol or traffic officers tag or mark certain body cam to not be deleted in the normal course of storage if it's associated with a murder or if it needs to be retained?
Yes, so basically there's many different levels of retention. If it is something as basic as a person stop that you just talk to somebody and then let them walk away, I think it only retains for 90 days maybe. I think a traffic ticket might retain for a year, or each thing you do has a different retention level. Or I think it's traffic stop is just a year, and then a ticket might be a couple years or something like that. And that is automated in the system. So when you create that event, a vehicle stop is called a 467. So when you create the 467, your body cam that's linked to CAD knows that that's a vehicle stop. So unless you change it, it doesn't, it stays as a vehicle stop with the retention of 1 year, less than 1 year. Yes.
Okay. And so, I mean, you were aware before you came in and testified today that this portion of body cam from the traffic stop was missing in this case?
Yes.
And from your investigation and attempts to locate the body cam, is it a matter of a patrol officer not marking it for retention? Or
what do you mean?
Not designating that his body cam or?
Yeah, it should have been tagged indefinitely. Anything that has to do with the murder, we tag indefinitely. That's one of the last options that there are. It should have been retagged.
Now, do you, as a detective, have the ability to delete body cam on
No.
Metro system?
No, not at all.
And do you get to control the retention policy?
No, it's an automated thing that the vendor has worked out with our police department of how long it's going to retain for.
Okay. And after it was discovered that this body cam from the patrol stop on the 7th had been deleted, are you aware of attempts within the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to recover it anyway?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I personally spoke to a sergeant in the body cam section. More phone calls kept being made until I want to say like our undersheriff was involved, and he was calling one of the top people in the company that our vendor that stores our body cameras, trying to see if they can pull that back, if they can recover it.
So it went all the way up to kind of right under Sheriff McMahill to attempt to recover this one portion of body cam in this entire case from September the 7th?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Detective Gaddis, I'm showing you was from bid marked as stage proposed 371. Do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, it's the audit trail for the body camera.
Okay, and is it a record kept that tells you basically when body cam was downloaded and when it was deleted by the system, and then an audit trail being sort of looking at when the body cam was downloaded or deleted?
Yes.
Statement to admit 371.
No objection.
I'd like to publish. This will be page 2.
I think we barely had 10 objections this entire trial. That was unusual.
And sort of right in the middle of the page here, it says 9/7/23 system queued for deletion.
Correct.
And above that, it has different entries where it has officers' names and badge numbers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So on 9/7, the system, meaning the computer or the I guess the storage mechanism queued this item for deletion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then after that, there's a bunch of people logging on to try to figure out the audit trail on it. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say you had nothing to do with this portion of deleted body cam?
No.
And then also, I think we talked about this on direct examination, regardless of what that portion of body cam was, where Mr. Tellis dealt with the patrol officer, that patrol officer and all of the patrol officers involved in the traffic stop are known, they're in reports.
Yes, they're on CAD.
And you recorded your conversations with Mr. Tellis from the time you got there until basically he's dropped off back at his house.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you.
He's like, I'm ready to get out of here. Get me out of here. Been on the stand almost all
Turn
day.
your attention to, and it's in states. Exhibit 371. Let me publish this. We're looking May 2023 here.
Yes.
Evidence record access. See that?
Yes, I see that.
So obviously we have someone accessing this information, fair to say.
That's what the log says. I don't know this P.O. Osborne.
Okay.
So I couldn't say what that entry specifically is about.
But we have it being evidence record accessed prior to its being destroyed, correct?
Several months prior, yes.
But nonetheless, it was erased, destroyed, whatever verb you want to use. It's gone, correct?
I like overwritten.
Overwritten.
That's kind of how, when we try to pull video cameras from houses.
All right, but obviously this isn't some civilian's house. This is the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
This involves a stop of a murder suspect in preparation for the execution of a warrant, correct?
That's correct.
There's multiple requests made by the defendant, a court order issued on July 18th, 2023, but nonetheless, it goes away, correct? Whether we want to say destroyed or overwritten, it goes away.
The video is not available at this time, correct?
Yes. And finally, you were asked by the state concerning Detective Jappy's involvement. You said after September 7th, he was not involved?
Not to my recollection. He didn't write any search warrants. He didn't do any further surveillances.
I told you today that we heard from a crime scene analyst, Baxter, and she testified on September 8th. Detective Jappy was present and that he was taking photographs and taking his own evidence.
So 2 parts. Yes, he was present at the PA's office. I forgot about that. I don't recall him taking his own evidence. So that would be, I can't testify to that. Okay. Yes, he was at the PA's office on September 8th.
And obviously it's a crime scene analyst's job to collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
It's their job, but to be sensitive to that subject matter, fair to say?
Yes.
And we had a crime scene analyst state that he was there taking photographs and taking evidence on his own. Do you have any reason to disagree with her?
I can't talk about that. I can't, how do I say it? I didn't see Jappy taking evidence on his own.
As he was doing his own work.
I recall him being there at the PA's office, but no, when I was gathering evidence like computers and such, I don't remember him being like right there or.
And he could have been doing investigation concerning.
His investigation.
His two separate investigations that involved Mr. Tellis.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just briefly, so fair to say you didn't know what basically what Detective Jappy was doing because you weren't with him all the time, correct? Regardless of crime scenes, things like that, he could be doing his own thing. Fair to say?
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing else, Shirley. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here.
Yay!
Do you have any further witnesses?
No, Your Honor, we do have one exhibit that I believe we're going to have a stipulation to. The defense just wants to review it, but subject to just checking the evidence. This is our final witness, and we rest.
Oh, they're getting ready to rest. Whoop, whoop. That's their final witness. She's beautiful.
Okay, let's have the attorneys approach for a moment.
Thank you. Y'all, I'm getting ready for tomorrow. So tomorrow, let me show you what it's going to look like tomorrow. Okay, guys?
At this time, and the state and the defense are going to stipulate to exhibit 368 to 370.
That's correct, Your Honor.
That is correct. It's my understanding the state is correct.
That's correct, subject to that one last exhibit.
Okay. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude for the day. We're going to start tomorrow morning at 10:30. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, call, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do any research, consult dictionaries.
Okay, guys. So what we're going to do is we are going to have, it's going to start at 12:30 tomorrow. I am going to be on location. So I will discuss with my mods and see who can come in and help. Otherwise, I will be in and out. I will have it coming for you. I am sorry, I'm not going to be able to be here. I fully understand if you go and watch somewhere else, but I hope you'll stay here. But like I said, probably, yeah. So I will be on at some point, and we'll get there. We'll get there. Sometimes I can't be there for every single day, so I apologize for that. But I got to take care of some things. My daughter is, and my daughter and I have to go take care of some things. So I want to say, first of all, thank you to all my fabulous mods. Thank you to all of you who have liked, comment, and subscribed. And even more importantly, thanks to all you who have blessed me by becoming members of this channel. I really greatly appreciate you. We have some new stuff coming up in that area. So tomorrow we will not be live in the morning. We will go live at 12:30 when they go live. And yeah, I'll be monitoring from the phone or iPad, and you'll see me hopping in and out. So I appreciate it. Any other announcements? Oh, thank you, Anne. I really hope you guys can come back and enjoy it. I trust you guys in the chat. I probably will have a mod, hopefully, if not more than. Behave yourselves. Zach, I think he kind of dropped off, but he'll hear about it. Yeah, I got you. I know you. So anyway, thank you so much. But sorry, I won't be able to be here tomorrow, but that is what it is. That is what it is. Okay, guys. Remember, be kind to everybody you meet. You never know who's having a really bad day and could just use your smile. And take care of yourselves. And I will see you in chat, but I'll be back live here on Wednesday. Be blessed. Miigwech. Have a great day. I don't like it that loud. Sorry. Upper says bye.